Get ready for intense close quarters combat. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode. A total prize pool of $100,000 is on the line. The champion takes home $30,000, with $15,000 for second, $10,000 each for third and fourth, and $3,000 for the final MVP. Map pool, best of 3, Bermuda, Kalahari, Nexterra. Best of 5, at Purgatory and Solara to the fight. Ban pick system. A random draw decides which team bans and picks first. Ban phase. One team bans one active skill, then the other team does the same. Pick phase. First team picks one skill. Opponent picks 2. First team picks 2 more. Opponent picks 2. First team picks the final skill. Note that each player must use a different active skill. Ban pick order alternates across games, randomized if needed. Tournament timeline. Swiss stage, 28th August to 12th September. Double elimination, 18th to 19th September. Grand final, 4th October 2025. But how do teams get here? To qualify for Clash Squad Mode, teams must place top 16 by the end of Week 2 in Battle Royale Knockout Stage. Here's how it works. Each team plays against others with the same win-loss record. In Round 1, all teams start at 0-0. They're randomly paired. Winners move to 1-0, losers drop to 0-1. From there, teams continue facing opponents with the same record. 1-0 versus 1-0. 0-1 versus 0-1. 2-0 versus 2-0, and so on. To advance, a team must get 3 wins before they lose 3 times. Lose 3 matches, you're eliminated from the Clash Squad mode. Matches continue round by round until exactly 8 teams reach 3 wins. Those 8 teams move on to the double elimination round. Double elimination format. Every team starts in the upper bracket. Lose once, drop to lower bracket. Lose twice, you're out. Through 3 intense rounds, winners rise, losers fall, until one team punches their ticket to the grand final. The other finalists will emerge from the semi-final bracket, and then it's all on the line. The last showdown decides the Clash Squad champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall. This is where every skill, every pick, every round matters. Where legends aren't born, they're built under pressure. In this format, any team can strike, any team can run.
Garena. First blood.
ดูเกมมันไม่เป็นเหรอวะคะแนนเท่ากันก็ต้องวัดดูย่าใช่ไหม
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale Mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool? 6 battlegrounds in the knockout stage. Teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush Mode. The rules? Get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12th. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, 1 final challenge. This is Champion Rush Mode. 1 strike can shift the game. 1 win can spark the rise. This is Free Fire World Series Battle Royale Mode.
Garena.
Get ready for intense close quarters combat. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode. A total prize pool of $100,000 is on the line. The champion takes home $30,000, with $15,000 for second, $10,000 each for third and fourth, and $3,000 for the final MVP. Map pool, best of 3, Bermuda, Kalahari, Nexterra. Best of 5, at Purgatory and Solara to the fight. Ban pick system. A random draw decides which team bans and picks first. Ban phase. One team bans one active skill, then the other team does the same. Pick phase. First team picks one skill. Opponent picks 2. First team picks 2 more. Opponent picks 2. First team picks the final skill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2025, and the story continues as a team battle for their place in the grand finals. Every elimination, every placement, every booyah writes a new line in their chapter in the road to glory in Free Fire Battle Royale. On this, I am Neptune the Gen Garcia, joined by the one and only Sir Cloud, and we will be your caster all throughout the day.
It's a pleasure to share the desk with you, Neptune, and I can't wait to get the day started because we want to see who will be the other teams that will qualify directly onto the grand finals. And I'm sure with the remaining teams that are still playing here, the battle is going to be hot. But if you're feeling hot, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to get yourself a Red Bull, because Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc, B3 and B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, focus is what they need right now, because so far out of the teams, we have 2 that has already moved on. But for our prediction, this is the teams that we are looking forward to perform in no particular order. For Sir Cloud, he does have Evos, have RRQ, and PE Sports. For me, I would have AGAL, RRQ, as well as WAG.
Yes, I personally went for consistency based on day 1 and day 2 of last week. So these are my picks based on that. I know AGAL, they are a powerhouse and they came really close, but then again, their hearts were broken by the tiebreakers. So I understand why you put them in there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the tiebreaker. Because it was a tiebreaker between the two Thai teams and it's Team Falcons who managed to pull through. But AGAL, I mean, the hunger they have right now, I'm looking forward to them perform similar to what we've seen last week. And hopefully they are not demotivated in that close loss. I would call it a loss, but that is a huge loss that they would need, because if they grab one more point or one more elimination or one better placement in a specific map, they could have taken that spot already. So that is what they need, the motivation that they have, but looking forward to them playing and also the rest of the teams right now. And there's a lot of chances that it would happen, that a team would be able to break more hearts.
Yeah, I'm sure they will be highly motivated, right? Considering that if we were to remember their day 1 performance last week, it wasn't that great. But their day 2 performance, well, we all know the story. It was second place. It was just a tiebreaker, like what you said. Yeah, that separated them from getting the direct pass into the grand finals. But anyway, today is going to be another day. But of course, the competition is going to be super tight. There are other amazing teams that will be playing here today as well. And everybody will want to eye for that one single slot into the grand finals. Today, that is. If not, try again tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of chances. There's plenty of chances that we've seen, especially in the format that we have right now. But like, if you want a spot into the grand finals and then rest all throughout the week, well, not all throughout the week, because some of the teams also have some Clash Squad days. So there's still more play time for them, play days for them. But I mean, I would want to see them just focus more on specific parts of this tournament, and then that's where they will be able to, really pop off. Because if your mind is all over the place, Battle Royale, CS, you won't be able to focus that much, especially once you get in grand finals.
Oh yeah, so you sort of like, if you have the opportunity to just focus onto one thing, not being distracted with another, why not, right? And I'm pretty sure the players would also appreciate the free pass as well, that they don't need to like, we get into practice, we prepare ourselves every week again just to try to get that slot again, and so on and so forth. Like, if you can just chill and watch every other player play or every other team play, why not, right? You can just kick back and gather data rather than exposing your strategies to other teams through more games.
Yeah, exactly. That's one thing. And for those of you, especially the fans out there, I mean, I'm watching the chat right now. I know there's a lot of love and more love that's being thrown right now because of the prediction, because your favorite team is not on there. Just put this as a question. Are they performing in the previous day? Are they performing in the previous week? Are they hungry to get this prize pool? Because at some point, some teams doesn't perform that well, but that would be left for the grand finals, because the champion will be taking home $100,000 if they get the crown. It go down drastically onto second place with 40,000, and even for those in 18th place though, will still grab a piece of this pie. For the team of the day, for those performing for each day, they will get $250 and the grand finals MVP as well with 4,000.
And this will be our tournament timeline today itself. We are in 6th of September. That is week number 4 of our Battle Royale series. We'll be playing Battle Royale today and tomorrow, and then we'll continue on to week 5, which is the following week, and then week 6, which is the last chance qualifiers. All this is to find the best teams to be playing in the grand finals on the 5th of October. So mark your calendars.
As we look at the tournament format, this is for this phase of the knockout stage. The first one, we've seen it, it's done. But for this 6 days, all throughout 3 weeks, we will be getting one team. And we've already taken 2 from the previous week. Now, once we get into week 6, this is a chance for them for 6 more teams, or the top 6 out of 2 days of battle, to go into the grand final. So like what we said, there's plenty of chances for them, but another chance for them to really get on the board is to grab those placement points. And the Booyah gives you 12 points. Now it goes to 9 points on the second place and just goes down up until the 10th. And unfortunately for the 11 and 12, they don't get any points. So hopefully they grab elimination point that is equivalent to 1 as well.
Yes, but ideally you want to grab the Booyahs because that is actually the first tiebreaker. We'll talk about that in a little bit more just to illustrate to you, because last week I was watching the broadcast and our buddies on the other side, AJ and also Gideon, they mentioned that, we never use the tiebreaker, until it happened. Those guys had to jinx it. So the tiebreaker works this way, right, guys? So number of Booyahs will be the first tiebreaker rule. The second one will be total eliminations. And the third condition will be survival rank in the final round. So you want to avoid heartbreaks, just get the Booyahs on the board.
Yeah, definitely. I like that part until. But let's go though. We have one unique active skill per match per team. And this has thrown a lot of teams into the blender from the beginning when it has been introduced, but now the teams are already showing up. They found their groove already, and let's see if they can bring a lot more of usage and other active skill, because there's a lot of combination already that has been used to their play style. But bigger play style, that play style will lead to the road to the grand finals. For those stepping in, the final 12, they had to reach 80 points to achieve the champion rush condition, and once they've got it, the next Booyah for the team will get them the championship. But if no one gets it after the maximum 10 games that we have, then we go into the ranking. Number 1 spot will be our champions. And now for the teams right now, there's no more groupings, only the remaining teams that we have on the list. We have RQ, we have Heavy, Brim United, WAG, Team Flash, Evo's Divine, B Esports, AGAL or AG Global, GOW, Todak, Bigatron, Vitality, as well as Virtus Pro that will be playing for today.
Yeah, a lot of heavy hitter teams here and a lot of notable names. I'm sure a lot of eyes will be looking at teams like Buriram United, like EVOS, like AGAL, RRQ, P Esports. I mean, I can name the whole list, right? And every team here is an amazing team. Honestly speaking, when they asked for my 3 predictions, I had a hard time thinking and justifying which 3 teams I want to feature. But I went for stats at the end of the day. But if I were to just put aside the stats, imagine this is day number 1, I would have listed everyone.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's one thing though. One thing that I also think about, if in case there will be any question in terms of prediction, because at some point I would want the teams really to break that prediction, to prove me wrong. That's what I'm asking the teams right now, especially for those who are not performing. If they can prove themselves out of or away from that prediction, then do so. They might be the top dogs and not in any of our lists, and that is what we were looking for. I mean, adjustment, adaptability, and week after week they have the chance for that. Multiple days before CS, before BR, they have a chance to study their opponent as well as make adjustment in their gameplay.
Yeah, I would love to see a Cinderella story as well, right? Coming up from these teams, especially those teams that were not in our prediction. They'll be pretty awesome as well. But zooming into the team lineups, right? So on screen right here, we have teams like AGAL, we have teams like EVOS, PE, Team Flash. These are teams that are very, very experienced up here on the professional scene. So they will definitely pose a strong challenge to any other team. And that includes teams like GOW, Toda, VP, BTR. What's interesting about the team lineup that we can see here on screen right now is that amongst all these teams, Toda is the sole representative of the Malaysian region. So every support from the Malaysian region fans will be centered around Toda. Hopefully that doesn't give them too much of a pressure.
Yeah, I mean, similar to last week, they didn't do so well compared to when we see them in the early parts of knockout stage. So we want that groove back into the Todak's pace. We want to see them really perform well, because for the other teams, earlier in the previous page, we have Evo's Divine. We know they were champions in EWC, and some teams as well, like RQ, Bigatron by Vitality coming from Indonesia, the three teams that were head-to-head onto that leaderboard when we were in Riyadh. So there's a lot of potential coming out from this team. But let's not take away teams from Vietnam as well, because you did pick out PE Sports, I did pick out WAG, and GOW is part of the mix as well. Surprises overall has been shown by these teams from last week, but it's not enough to take that #1 spot. So hopefully the consistency, as well as it's not more of aggression. It's just consistent of choosing their fight. If they know, if you can see the movement and know that they won't be able to take it, then just back away. Find a different team or different spot to rotate into until they reach that final circle. But don't back away in getting elimination. If you can get elimination from a distance, like aggression from afar, they can do it, similar to what we've seen AGAL, then why not do so?
And here's the thing about coming into the fresh new week, right? Just because they have played together last week, so they would have a little bit more of an idea of how all these teams in general would play and where they would drop, what kind of rotations do they like to take, what kind of timings, and so on and so forth. So hopefully with that kind of learning, with that sort of data, it will help them to perform even better this week. But zooming into my particular pick, right, PE Sports, like last week in day #1, they ended up at 7th place. In day #2, they ended up in 6th place. So it's rather consistent for PE Sports. So that's why they are in one of my hot picks here. But I will not deny the fact that there are a lot of other powerhouses as well. Like your pick, for example, all gamers, man. That team is absolutely amazing. It's just that, it's a tough competition, right? Between like Thai teams. Team Falcons, they are another amazing team as well. And in natural competition, only one team can actually make it through. So AG, I won't be surprised if they actually become one of those teams that do well today.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to it. So far, looking at the list or the performance day after day, there's a few pop-ups. Day #3 on the knockout stage, they were 2nd place, but it's no consolation, similar to what we've seen or what we've witnessed from previous week. They were still 2nd place, but the number of points or elimination, I would say, as well as the placement that they have put in, is way higher compared to the previous game day. So this is what we want to see from AGAL. They focus on getting the final circle, find themselves those spots, but it's more of the booyah that they need to really take, because knockout stage, you don't really have to booyah that much as long as you're #1, but that's also preparation in Champion Rush, because that's the win condition. If you won't be able to do it, if you can't do it from this level, then how can you do it in the finals where everyone is already eyeing out for that? Or you can also be the target once you are first to achieve the Champion Rush condition. So that's what they need to work out, just finding the final circle. And this is not just for AG Global or All Gamers Global or AGAL. This is for everyone. If they will need to find those final circles, early engagement doesn't pay off that much. It's 50-50, at some point even smaller in terms of probability. So try to avoid all those hot drops. Some teams, especially for those dominating teams, I believe it's last week that we saw a hot drop because a lot is on the line. Like 2nd to the last, if I'm not mistaken, or 3rd to the last game, a hot drop has happened just to prevent one of the teams to moving forward. And that's where I believe Team Falcons really dominated that lobby. So there's a lot of chances that teams are already targeting you if you have a weak spot. And all you have to do is strengthen, fortify that weak spot so that they won't find anything against you.
Yeah, if a hot drop were to happen, it has to happen objectively. It cannot just be like, you stole my lunch and I just want to hot drop you. It doesn't work that way, right? It has to be like, okay, he's at #1. We probably have like one more game and our point difference is like maybe 5 points. Okay, it's probably worth it to hot drop just to take that risk. Then objectively, that's cool. But if it's just for like, I kind of like this spot, and just because, and there's like a ton of other empty spots, and you just go for the hot drop, it's for the most part, it's not worth it. Yeah, you can argue to say that, well, if we win the hot drop, we get a lot of points, but there's the other 50-50 of like, what if you lose and you could probably go out like zero? So it's truly not worth the risk of just hot dropping without a reason.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if it's the reason is denying it a different team or just targeting those bottom feeders in the leaderboard. And sorry to say, I mean, there are a few bottom feeders when we look at it, especially in the first few weeks of knockout stage. And that is one part of a tactic, I would say. It's putting so much pressure in other teams so that they will avoid you in most instances, and they will still be the ones dominating the lobby will still be safe because from the movement itself, from their drop spot itself, they know that they will be avoided. But for those more heroic or bold teams, then why not really challenge the top dogs? We've seen that from Bigatron by Vitality. That's where they got the name of Falcon Hunters, because when they were introduced from last year, if I'm not mistaken, they were just targeting Falcons overall every time, not just a hot drop but also rotation. So and they were successful in doing so, but not successful in getting in the grand finals. But before everything else, this is the game schedule right now. This is a randomized map order for all 6 maps, and we're going to start it off in Nexterra.
Yep, Nexterra, followed by Bermuda, Solara, Kalahari, Alpine, and Purgatory. It's going to be our map sequence here for today. Now, starting off in Nexterra here. So I'm sure all these maps, they are maps that are very familiar to the teams. But for you, Neptune, like if you were to be playing, like which map do you prefer the most?
Well, for me, based on my game style or my play style, I would love Nexterra because there's a lot of compounds. It's not just the big buildings, small compounds to play with, to hide away, because I'm more of a passive gameplay. I'm not that good in sniper, but I want to go and take elimination from distance. But there's also a chance that Kalahari would match my playstyle, because a sniper, that's where you get elevation. That's where you get more view of the surrounding. So, yes, 2 of the maps, but I couldn't say I'm good at it because I try my best. But, you know, compared to the pro teams, they're much better.
I mean, there's a reason why we are sitting here talking about their amazing gameplay, right? And they are the ones playing at the end of the day. And there are many times where we see lots of amazing, good stuff like clutches from clutches, and also from like a long range snipes. You name it, they can come up with it. And sometimes it just mind blows me. Like, how did they actually do that? Like, if I were to attempt it myself, I'll never get it right.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one point though, as caster, is that's one reason as well why we don't have specific teams or favorite teams, because there's a lot of surprises that's hidden with each players. So that's one thing, and also comparison or comparing yourself to these players is a big shot.
Yeah,
it's definitely a big shot, because you won't be able to play that. Although, I mean, unless you're really good or you have history in playing, then why not? Why do so? Even for those like pro players or ex-pro players, I would say they have a good chance of being analysts on the broadcast. So that's one thing that we encourage as well, because more knowledge in the desk provides more insight on how not only Battle Royale but also Clash Squad is being played. And that's one reason as well for us casters, and you would agree with this, we do our homework. We study the tactics, and it's not just opponents, because study everyone who's going into hot drops, what rotation they will be taking, what weaponry, what skills they're using. We might not get it on point, but we have a basic idea of why they're doing that. And that's what excites me so much, because like Free Fire has brought in so many dynamics from Battle Royale alone, and then we have Clash Squad. So I'm loving all this data. I'm loving all this information being thrown to us by Garena.
Oh, and I'm loving the new game mode as well. Well, not so new, but then again, it's an alternative game mode, which is the Clash Squad, like what you mentioned, right? Got the pleasure of casting it yesterday, and it feels very, very different as compared to a Battle Royale mode, obviously, because it involves a different sort of tactics, and the type of conversations that we have is so different as compared to a Battle Royale mode. But of course, we're going to focus on the Battle Royale mode today and also tomorrow, the OG mode that everybody knows about. But I do agree with what you mentioned earlier on, right? About maybe in the future we'll get one of these pro players that we see here on screen to join us on the desk as well, because it, as much as homework that we do from the outside, inside, have those conversations with the players and all that, there's nothing that will compare as having somebody who has actually played in the tournament, who has sat at that desk that we are looking here on screen right now to tell us how it actually feels like.
Exactly, definitely. And for those of you wondering, why are we going into podcast mode? We're just waiting for the players to set up, just to make sure that everything is prepared, everything is all set and ready. So there will be no issues when we start the match. So just keep chatting. I'm watching the chat right now. I'm seeing the usual that we have right here. Lobson, I saw you on the chat, and also a few more. Mayank would be in here, so keep chatting. I will be joining you in a bit as well, but for now, Sir Cloud and I would be keeping you entertained as we wait for the game to start, because I'm really excited. Nexterra right now, I mean, on the board, when we look at it, who's topping it, from the accumulated numbers that each team has for the teams that will be playing, RQ is on the top. Team Falcons is second place, but they're already in the grand final spot. So WAG as well as Esports follows them. So there's a lot of hope that Vietnam would be able to elevate themselves in this specific map.
Oh, that's good stats. And I do have PE Sports on my predicted list. So let's see how that goes for them. See how they go. Because PE Sports has always been this team that is like, okay, I'm trying to go for the breakthrough, right? But there's always like the anime boss, which is typically the Thai teams there, just stopping like the Vietnamese teams from doing well, or even stopping like the Indonesian team from doing well as well. Like names that we often speak about, like the Falcons and Buriram United, they have always been that team up there to stop all the other teams. So I do hope that to see like the Vietnamese region do step up to the occasion, or even the Indonesian region step up to the occasion when it comes to this level of a tournament, because like what we said even in the start of the broadcast, we'd like to be proven wrong. Whatever predictions that we put out, if our predictions are totally wrong, a different team absolutely surprises us, that's something that we want to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we want to see those, and we're really excited right now. I mean, you did mention about Thailand mostly topping the board, but from the previous season, we've seen the rise of Indonesia. Even in EWC, we've seen the rise of Evo's Divine, and this is really showing that it's not always Thailand. There is a team, there is a region, there is a chance for the others to really prove their worth. And if you look back, rewind the clock a few years back, I mean, we've seen Malaysia as well, like being part of the World Series. So there's hope, really, especially for Todak and the performance that they did from the previous days or previous weeks of knockout stage is something that we would love to give props for them. But this is a little bit for the challenge right now. I mean, the highest total placement points is being counted. It's not just elimination, but the placement point, and that adds with that booyah. Now the losing team will have to do 10 squats. I know it's tough, especially for us uncles, Sir Cloud, but
hey,
for this
don't
kids,
drag me in the conversation.
all right, for me, uncle. But for this kids, I don't think it's that tough, depending on how much they spend exercising, though.
So just to be specific, right? So it says here total placement points. So elimination points don't count, right? Just to be specific. Yeah. So that means it's all about survivability if they want to avoid the squad.
Yeah, definitely. Survivability, finding a final circle, and a team that has mostly found that is RQ. Leading the team would be Ma'al right now. Elimination is 32. Now, most of the time, this is led, or I mean, a team is being led by Dutz. I mean, the elimination department, he has more in the front line, but Ma'al brought in a lot in terms of damage as well. Being a sniper of the team, you can get in those initial frags or initial hits, and then that's where the frontliners will be able to capitalize. So I would love to see more performance coming from RQ and increase this number, because if I'm not mistaken, overall, for Dutz, he did reach the 100 point mark. So I believe the numbers that we have right here is an average per day of each player.
And if we were to look at just these players here on screen, like 18 there, I remember that he came up with an amazing clutch in EWC last year as well, and that was a major highlight during that time. So hopefully he'll be able to come up with that sort of performance as well today to keep us entertained. Abe had a very good CS game yesterday during the CS mode, so hopefully that keeps him warmed up and also inspires him to be able to perform well here today as well, because of course, as much as survivability is important to get those placement points, elimination points will be as important as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of goals for the teams right now. I mean, to get to number one, to get a lot of elimination, put yourself on the board, and also to get a lot of placement point, just make sure that you don't lose out on that LBS or on that challenge that we just posted earlier. So hopefully a balance will be there, and the team who's really in the number one spot would reach both fronts. And it's difficult though, because you might be the team who's heading onto the next stage, onto grand finals, but you're still part of a losing team, so it's counterintuitive now.
Yep. Well, we will be jumping into the game.
All right, yeah, this is the game. This is a game right now. We are setting up for what's next, and what's next is Nexterra. I'm really excited on how the flight path is. Most of the time, I wish for a cruel flight path, Sir Cloud, but I think it will not be today. I mean, the flight path or RNG for Free Fire right now is always being nice to the teams.
Yeah, I guess well, just wants to give the teams a good start, right? So no excuses for the teams to hot drop anyone unless they intentionally do so. And so far from the first drop, we don't see a hot drop just yet. Oh, but hang on a second. I might have spoke too soon. Looks like we might see Heavy versus BTR.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Heavy, most of the time they face Heavy challenge, especially with Koja already picking up a Farafal, and you know he can hit you from afar. Dix right now on Trogon as well, who might be able to take Boy, and there goes the shot. There goes the takedown. As early as this, even Kyung stole that away, and BTR grabs their first elimination, and Don't Cry will follow.
Oh, that glue wall came up a little bit too late, unfortunately. Mufasa is now down on his knees as well, and Joel right in front of him. He needs a bit more backup, but Koja is going to join him as well from the lower ground, and looks like we see an early elimination onto Heavy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is what we're talking about. You don't want to be in that place. But speaking of place, another place where engagement is happening, we have RQ going against PE Sports. And if I'm not mistaken, PE Sports has received a lot of damage already. Nero's the only one that we are seeing in this part of Deca Square, and the chase is on 18 Zir, the clutch kid that we did mention from last year's EWC. That's one thing that I remember him as well. But on the other side, Todak did a number on GOW and also eliminated them. So I guess they're really excited right now.
Wow, okay, that's really fast. But Todak just living up to the name of philosophy of using Todak Langa. And now we have Abe. That's going to be a nice clean one from the top to secure another elimination point for his team. 3 elimination points already for RRQ, and all of them from Abe.
Yeah, I mean, from Abe, he could have picked up an ace right there. But, well, PE Sports is still alive. They have a chance, and a recovery has been done for them. For AJL, Cypher is just waiting to be revived as well. But Team SR might be meeting up with one of the players from Zodak, Faiz, set in the corner. And it's a good thing that the glue wall is there to save him, but is this enough? Because it seems like the rest of the teams is going for the backup, but there might not be any time. TMSR with Time Tainer, and that Steffi was pulled out from Faiz as well. And 590 being used by Team SR, but it's not making the shot. But there you have it. Finally, Faiz has been taken down even from afar. Traps will need to go for the pickup on Noki because Saipa is already in there. And there goes Valiant Dash, taking him down, and 2 or 3 out already for Todak. Revival has been done though, but Videls needs to get away.
Oh, Todak from hero to almost being eliminated by AGAL, and now AGAL, they're on a hunt. Videls looking and taking a lot of damage, but Barros tries to get away with the vehicle. Hopefully he's able to escape. He's kind of low on health right now, about 50% left. Barros spams, and looks like he won't be able to get that far.
Yeah, well, let's see though. I mean, the dream is still alive for Todak at this point, and for AGAL, they have 4 elimination. Now, we have seen a hit list put in onto Tikui, so that would put their name or their team's position on the minimap. Now, let's see though if they'll be able to just wait it out. There's 1.5 minutes to go for them to do so, but like it would slow them down, especially as blue is already closing in. And speaking of closing in, we have BTR closing in on Virtus Pro as Joe Whale backs away, and that's what he need right now, a little bit of distance, but from afar, Videls has been taken out. Surprise from Do, and though we're looking at Team SR, he was just putting pressure on him, and it was Do on a different angle who managed to take him down with the VSK, and Todak would be the 3rd team to be taken out.
There was nowhere that he was able to go from that open position. But now we switch over to WAG versus a Team Flash. And Team Flash just right in front. Tikui spots them out. They know exactly where the members of Team Flash are at, and looks like they want to take the fight against them.
I see though. I mean, this fight, their location was already being shown, but they are going in for the Salt Bunker raid as well. Tikui initiating, and X-Bor receiving a lot of damage, needs to recover, leaving Tikui, but there goes Valiant Dash. Vanbo was able to go and push, but unfortunate for him, he also has been knocked down. Now Tikui on the roll, and this guy is unstoppable, especially if he had the M590, and seems like it's not done for Team Flash just yet. They do have 1 insurance policy who managed to revive a few of their teammates.
Oh, and I wonder if RRQ wants to come in as a 3rd party now, while WAG, they're licking their wounds at this moment. But looks like they're able to recover quick enough and step away from the potential fight against RRQ. But looks like RRQ, they will initiate. Here comes the jump, and now Tikui has to continue on fighting.
Now, let's see though. I mean, Tikui did back away. Rebel Rush. Abe would be left in there, but I think for both teams, or like all players from WAG, they already have managed to raid this assault bunker, and though they left out a few that can be picked up by RQ, so it's still a chance that they have better firepower. But for Dutch right now, on the front line, with an AC-80, spotting X4 as well as Banbo, but not Tikui. Now, Tikui is on the other side, taking shots against other players from RQ, and, well, a pickup will be done on Maal right now, and they need to get away because they're out in the open right now on that top floor.
Yeah, they need to get back together with the other teammates. But WAG, they're not making the big moves. But speaking about the big moves, looks like AG, they're going to make the big moves against Virtus Pro. They're going to chase them on the outside, taking a little bit of a risk here, but it's the points that they want.
Well, let's see though if they can grab all those points. AGAL right now putting a lot of pressure on Virtus Pro, and what I would suggest for AG Global is just to stick together, because Virtus Pro has a tendency to split apart, and the backstab coming from Saipa would not pay off. A few damage per recovery, but Boon Chain does go down, and Saipa almost out of HP as well, but AGAL still putting pressure, do manage to be taken down, and Nameless as well, and Virtus Pro eliminated eliminated by AG Global without losing any players, and now they have 9 points.
Dude, just like that, it's almost like you blink and you miss it moment for AG Global. That is how aggressive they're playing today. It just shows the frustration that they had from last week is carried forward onto this week because they lose out just by a tiebreaker. They don't want that to happen again. They want to start off strong. They go in for the eliminations and hope for the best. But now it also depends on what other teams will do as well. RRQ and WAG. This fight might just happen.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, WAG has been avoiding a lot of fight, especially when RQ was involved earlier from the assault bunker, now into this area. Now, speaking of area, within the area of Evo Divine lurks Esports, and I think they have information already because we know the binoculars being used especially on Russia right now. But do they have an opening? Do they have an angle to take against Esports? There goes the launch pad already being laid down, and this is a move in one corner of Esports area so that they can go in for the flank. Nero receives damage, but not so much of a knockdown.
And Ray is looking for an opening. If you got that knock, then I'm sure that they will rush in. But no knock, no opening yet onto PA Sports, and they're not really that desperate to try to take over the compound of PA Sports. So they can hold this position for now. Same goes for PA Sports as well. So unless something significant happens, I believe that both teams will hold their spot. But we're back at WAG. But this time, they have another team around the corner. It's going to be BTR.
Let's see though, BTR. Earlier, they were aggressive in Intellect Center, but now they've gone silent. They gone dark and slowly creeping in, waiting for next phase of the circle to happen. And speaking of phase of the circle, AGL will need to find a place in this next phase because it's closing down and it might go anywhere. But those in the safe, I would say, is WAG, BTR, and EVOS, unless a hard shift onto Farmtopia would be happening, and that's what the teams is looking out for. Bermuda United has stayed and silent in Museum. That's their usual drop spot, and they haven't moved an inch. Typical BRU gameplay, first 10 minutes, and they are not moving. But as I mentioned, WAG, BTR, EVO, same goes with BRU as well as PE Sports are safe on that shift of the circle.
Well, if you mentioned that Buriram United, their playstyle is not really to move, but to show up during the later stages of the game. Again, because of how the circle shifted, it gives them no reason to truly move unless another team comes by and they see an opportunity to gain those elimination points. It could be PA Sports, it could be any other team that might come by as well. But Team Flash, they're going towards where BTR is at. Here we go.
And let's see though, I mean, BTR moving away just in time because you did mention Team Flash is lurking beside them, but they're also in the view of Brave United. If Moshi has spotted them already, they will be going down and get high. Started it off with that AC-80 from afar. Not quite sure if they have that information because from the way I'm looking at Dix, they don't know where Bermuda United is. They know there's a drop spot, but they didn't think that they will be staying here for so long. So this corner of this roof is still viable as a hiding spot unless the shift of the circle would be the other way.
Yeah, and to be fair to the teams, they don't know if Buriram actually moved away. But now we're going to focus on to RRQ versus WAG. RRQ, they're going to siege down the compound, the building where WAG is at. They're still clumping inside. All throwables onto the inside, but Joel gets the first knock. That is an opening for RRQ. Assisted, and look at Dudes getting a double for himself. WAG, next team to be eliminated.
It's just unfortunate that's a 1-for-2 trade by Dudes. And another unfortunate event was BTR was stealing away all those elimination away from RRQ. So not quite sure if they capitalize or RRQ really capitalized on that win for the team versus team. But BTR, similar to what I mentioned earlier, aggression from afar. This is what you need. You get to stand in the final circle in a safe spot, and this is what a lot of teams is pulling out. But Kyong managed to take down a Bay using that FGL, but another steal. Indonesia stealing Indonesia's elimination.
Man, at this point, everyone's so close to each other. Steals can happen. So they got to make sure if they get a knock, try to get the elimination, try to lock it in. But now it's going to be AGAL versus EVOS as the circle shifts away. This will force these two teams to fight.
And let's see though if they will be fighting. Ice grenades being thrown. Cypher receiving a lot of damage from that nade. Follow up onto Barros as well. He was cooking not only with grenade but also with the frying pan, but he wasn't able to respond. Cypher a little bit in too close, and if he'll be able to break through, he will go for the knockdown. The cold shield with the first one, switching over. Apex right now on the Drogon. No response just yet, but Eva's Divine is still alive, and Ray managed to be taken down. Now it seems like Evos will be taken out, and it is AGAL, AG Global in a global scale, getting a lot of elimination.
Oh man, I love how they strategize themselves to take down that compound, especially by sending Dew on their flank just to distract the members of EVOS. And when they were distracted because of Dew, the other three members of AGAL rushed in through the front door, took them out, cleared them out, and gained those points.
Let's see though if they can gain more points, because my heart was beating hard for AGAL at that point, because they've already stacked up on points, and if they lose that, if they could have lost that against EVOS, it's a wasted effort. But now they're still alive, jumping in onto BTR, and let's see if they can take that, do that once again. Cypher started it off, and from afar, a lot of shots from different team, and it is RRQ who's trying to end it with all those nades, and RRQ managed to get a lot of points. They rain down against these teams of BTR and AGAL, but Team Flash will also be joining them in this area, giving time for Brim United to deal with PE Sports.
Oh, and now it's time for Buriram United to get into action. Moshi, unfortunately, is down. Wasana has taken a lot of damage from the blue, but PE Sports is forced to move forward as well. Only Wasana left, and PE Sports, they need to deal with him, but hang on a second. Joanna is still there, but he's taking a lot of damage as well from the blue. LBT shows himself. Joanna goes down. It's only Wasana, 60% of health. What can he do against the three players of PE Sports?
That's a 1v3 situation that even Wasana don't want to be part in. But speaking of being part, RQ, despite losing dudes, still has that fighting chance. For Nero though, good time turner being pulled out against Wasana. But is this enough? Wasana receiving damage from LBT, a 1v2 situation, and no clutch for this guy. PE Sports managed to take them down. Now RQ is here to dominate if they can push through this walls and glue wall. But Aiden Deer says no wall can stop us. We're here to grab the booyah against you, and Lao Ho, the only player remaining, and PE Sports will be out, and RQ grabs that booyah for this first round.
Well, that was a very quick ending there. RRQ, they timed themselves right on when exactly to go in, when exactly to take that final fight, and it was right after PE Sports was done with Buriram United, while they were still recovering, while they were still figuring out where else to go. Here comes RRQ to decide it for them to send them back into the lobby.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they were sent back to the lobby, but they won't be waiting for long because they did get second place. One unfortunate thing, though, if I'm not mistaken, is Buriram United has been taken out with minimal points, because we didn't see them for the first half of that match, and I'm quite worried that they won't be getting a lot of points. But speaking of points, apart from RRQ, we also have witnessed the rise of AG Global, who, despite of being taken down early, they put in a lot of elimination in that match.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? I think from the start, we start to see like AG Global just looking for targets, eliminating team after team. Dora was one of them, and then it kind of just looked like they ran around the map just looking for targets. At some point, they even went outside into the blue just to find elimination points. So this team is very, very aggressive today, and they're really hungry after that disappointment from last week. And I guess they just don't want to deal with the tiebreaker, right? Just bring in as many points as possible. Let's not think about the booyahs. Let's just bring in the points and just go all the way up there to take that #1 spot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, other than AGAL, like, RRQ. They were a little bit late in some of the engagement. One of the team that they could have taken out already early in the game was WAG, but their movement towards that assault bunker was a little bit too late. But it didn't affect the elimination they grabbed, because at some point with some of the engagement, specifically BTR, I believe, that's where they stole a lot of elimination with the frag grenades. And it's not just dudes who can do it. 18 Deer, Maal was able, even Bay was able to put in those grenade damage and knockdown, or Bay was able to do it as well. So this is one thing that the teams has perfected in most of the match that we've seen, especially in the front would be dudes. But if it trickles through, especially in final circles wherein small compounds is available, then that could be a trend not only for RRQ but for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and look at the highlights. That play by Tigre was amazing. But of course, one of the highlights as well is going to be AGAL. And this was one of those moments where they actually went outside. They saw a team, they saw opportunity to gain points, and they did exactly that. Even though it was a risky move, but they still did it at the end of the day just to gain those points in. And the MVP this time is not from AGAL, it is RRQ, 18 Deer with 7 eliminations and 4,175 damage.
Yeah, we didn't see most of his rush. It's more of off-screen elimination that we've seen, but judging from how he's built right now with active and passive skill, this carries over from what we've seen in Clash Squad, because Tatsuya plus with that Ford and Joseph as well together with Shani, it brings a light to what is being intended by 18D right now. I want to be the rusher. There's no more support role for me. I would be the one in front, and we mentioned that he has clutched a lot of gameplay from last year in EWC, and this is where he showed his worth. He proved his worth for RRQ.
Yeah, and that's why Tatsuya is the best for him, because he can be the one to just rush in and gain those elimination points for the team. But it's not only him though, his other teammates also contributed as well. We have Abe bringing in 8 elimination points for himself, and then we have Dude with 3, and then we have Baal with 1. So in overall, it's actually a very healthy amount of elimination points together with the Booyah that they've got in this round that will bring them up there as the top team in round number 1.
Yep, definitely. I mean, well, if the Dutch wasn't taken out a little bit too early, he could have put in a lot more in elimination as well as damage. But yep, 18 Deer just steamrolled once everyone, and Bay follows through. The number of assists from both of these players says a lot. I mean, you just don't go eliminating. You put in so much of work in reducing your opponent's HP or their lives as well, and there's a reason why. Because of the combination of Tatsuya and that Oscar, so Rebel Rush, Valiant Dash, they're really in the front line, and there's no stopping them once they get there. But for Maal right now, usual build, especially on a sniper, and for Dukes, this guy is a one who mostly combines everything. He gets information. He also is a bomber of the team, and you know how it is. When he lobs those grenades, he will definitely get a knockdown.
Yeah, and we saw that early on as well, especially during the highlights. But here is also the overall game standing for this match, because it's only at game number 1, so it is what it is. There are no other points for us to combine together. And in game number 1, RRQ, 31 points collected. But look at AGAL, only 7 placement points, but they got 13 eliminations, bringing them up to 20 points in total. Unfortunately, we can't say the same for GOW and Heavy. They got eliminated early. We saw them on screen, and no points collected by them.
Yeah, even Virtus Pro. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, it was AGAL that dealt with them in one area of the map as well. And like EVOs. I mean, I know EVOs has a lot of fight in them, but there was just one mistake that they had to do. And even Todak, I believe EVOs was eliminated a little bit later compared to Todak, but Todak has already brought in the numbers, and that's what I'm talking about. If you will be going out early, at least you give out a fight. You give out a fight with the results, because giving out a fight with no results means nothing at all in terms of that leaderboard.
I mean, EVOS, they bowed out to AGAL, but to me, it was the brilliance of AGAL and how Dew actually opened up the space and distracting the members of EVOS when they were in the compound, allowing his other teammates to come in and rush in through the other door. But of course, the other argument is that, well, maybe EVOS shouldn't have tunnel vision towards only Dew at that time, right? Maybe they should have been alert with the other members of AGL on how they're going to execute stuff. But of course, all that happened very, very quickly. So we gotta be fair to the players, right? There are so many things that happen when the fight starts, so they could probably be distracted. If I was playing in that sort of scenario, I would probably have froze anyway. So for the fact that they could still respond back, to me, that is big up to them.
Yeah, definitely. And well, for those of you wondering why RRQ is in the lead, in the number one spot right now, it's because out of most, if not all of the they played in Nexterra, they are number one. Before that game started, they already have 2 Booyahs, and that makes it their third. And the question is, will they be going for a back-to-back? Because it looks like it. When we look at Bermuda, they also grabbed 2 Booyahs already and a decent amount of elimination. So it's 100 points breach all throughout when they played Bermuda. And they are second by Evo Zivine as well as Buram United on third. Though Buram United, though they are on third, they haven't grabbed any Booyah in this map yet. So that is what we're waiting for right now. Will RRQ go for a back-to-back, or Evo steal it away from them, or Buram United, despite of being too passive in that first round, they might be going aggressive right now on this Bermuda map because they want to catch up in the points.
Ooh, a back-to-back. I'm just looking at my cheat sheet, right? And have we got a back-to-back even last week? Actually, we did, but that was with Twisted Minds, and obviously they have qualified. So having a record of doing back-to-back is not impossible, definitely, especially when you feature these amazing teams as well, like RRQ, who is also one of the consistent teams in last week's Day 1 and Day 2. A bit of a recap, their Day 1, they ended in 4th place, Day 2 in 3rd place, so there is a rise in terms of placements and even in terms of overall points collected as well, there is a rise. And to start off the day today with a Booyah with 30 points, that is great. So if in comparison, if we were to compare numbers, Day 2, RRQ scored 94 points in total of last week. So that means that they have already done 1/3 of their efforts last week in our first game today.
Yeah, well, definitely that is a lot already. I mean, some of the teams really has this momentum being built from the beginning. And based on your comparison though, they could have taken a long time from last week. The factor would be strong teams like Team Falcons being involved in this game, being part of the mix right now. Thus, those numbers, those elimination are being spread out across the top dogs. But losing out, and this is where those who are latecomers in the grand final spot will take advantage, because later on towards the latter part of the knockout stage, the top dogs are slowly stepping into the grand finals, and there's not so much of contention. But before we head anywhere else, team performance for WAG, we have 26 elimination as well as 18,321 damage from T Kui. This guy, frontliner, most of the time once he rush, he takes one. I mean, he takes one down, and he's not even joining him to the grave. If he can clutch this, then he can do so, because looking at the disparity of numbers in terms of elimination, he's leading the pack right now.
Yeah, it wasn't only one that he got in the previous round. He did an amazing play by himself as well during one of the compound fights in the last round. And also, not to forget as well that Tikui, one of the highlight players for the team, has always been very consistent for them in the last round overall. However, WAG, they ended with only 7 points. So it just tells me the story that the other team members of WAG will need to step up the game as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is what we're asking not only for WAG, but most of the teams who has lost consistency. They need to put in numbers, find a final circle. I know WAG tried their best. They tried to survive a lot of engagement, but it didn't pay any dividends for them. Like they go in for the fight, but they take down one or knock down one, but there's no conversion, and that led them with low placement point and a lot of chances of being taken down, and does only 7 points from that match. But let's see though, in Bermuda, looking at WAG, they are one of the front runners, top 5 in this list that we have right now, all across the board, or all across the team that we have in this competition.
Yeah, and also Heavy, they need to come back from that previous round, no points collected at all. A very early elimination, and it always feels bad, right? If like you become the first team to be eliminated, or even like the second team to be eliminated at the very start of the game, your waiting time for the next round is rather long. Like you have a lot of time to like reflect on what went wrong, but there was nothing that you can do about it. So the feelings just start to sink in, right? So that's why a lot of these teams, they prefer obviously not to be the early teams to be eliminated, even though they have a low point count, just because you don't want to be that one team who's just sitting and doing nothing while everyone is still hyped up in the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you need to put in some action as well. Get all those energy coming from the rest of the team, also coming from Red Bull, because you need to trust your energy. You don't want, like you're trusting your teammates, you need to trust your energy. And when I say trust your energy, it's like a relationship. You know? Understand if it's lacking, and then you slowly you slow the pace down, chug a drink, and then move as soon as you get charged up. And that's what the I know I'm talking vaguely right here, but this is what the team needs. Yes, you have that energy. You put it all out in the first half or first part of the game, and then you lose out on those energy, on those like momentum, and also your communication is being lost out because of everything that's happening. You just need to slow down. You need to pause for a minute and then find a different way, and then continue on the final circle. If you grab a lot of points already in the beginning, then you can stay with that and just slow it down. Just go for the circle, and that might give you that booyah.
Yeah, slowing down sounds like good advice for my ex. But but yeah, unfortunately, well, that's why we're an ex. But hey, you know what? Like what they said, right? You got to seize every opportunity that you have. Yep. But thanks to Red Bull, because of that, players are able to seize every opportunity, and they can achieve stylish booyahs, like how we saw earlier on with RRQ, taking the opportunity at the very end, jumping in at the right timing when Esports was still recovering. That is seizing every opportunity. I'd love to see more of that coming into the following round. But of course, after going through the first round, a lot of these teams would have been warmed up. There's no more excuses on like, I'm still feeling cold, like my mind is not yet in the game. It's round 2 right now. So we can expect the heat to turn up coming into this next match.
Yeah, well, let's see though. Right now, guys, we just witnessed a technical pause. Again, why you're asking why there's always technical pause, we want to make sure that everyone is on par in terms of their signal, in terms of the game itself. There's no lag, and this is where we prepare everyone. And just to take note as well, they're not in one place. They are playing in different regions as well. So there's a probability that the variance in terms of their connection would be a factor. So that's being fixed. And once everything is set, once everything is clear, then we start off with the next game.
Yeah, we just want to ensure a fair competitive ground for everyone out there, right? So I'm sure our marshals behind the scenes are doing their best, but our teams will now need to do their best, because we're heading on to our next game here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, because the action will begin right now.
Yep, well, this is a green grass of Bermuda, the OG map for all survivors out there. And back to flight path, it is very nice. But the only question is, will the hot drop or those dropping be nice as well? Because we don't want to see hot drops, especially for those who lost out early. And it seems like heavy is safe right now. For the rest of the teams, I think it would be because there's not so much of contention even from the first part of the teams or first half of the teams that has dropped out already.
Well, maybe that might happen in the second half. BTR had a late drop, so we'll keep an eye on what happens later on because they were one of those early fight teams in the previous round. But so far, it seems that everybody is cool with their drops. No clashes, and it's a little bit unusual if you ask me. I thought that, at the very beginning, teams would just want to go at it, especially if we're talking about teams like AG Global from what we've seen earlier on. But looks like it might still happen here. EVOS and PE Sports.
Yeah, let's see though if EVOS will win this fight against PE Sports. And on the other side though, Team Flash would be losing out on that flame as well. The first blood would be BTR, and the Zom has been pushed away. Joel, I believe this is a Kingfisher on him. Put in a lot of damage. Now the flank coming from Koja right now might take A, B, C, D out, but no shots onto him directly, and there goes a minigun as well, just to make sure that no concession or no rush will be put on him, leaving some of the players from Team Flash. But Dex says UMP would be my serving for you, and ABCD counting 1, 2, 3, 4 before he had been taken out.
Well, BTR, they don't have the Falcons to hunt, might as well look for a new target now. And it so happened to be Team Flash. But on RRQ's side, looks like they got something out of Tora as well.
Hell, let's see though if they can get a few points against Sodak. Team Flash right now, well, after the engagement earlier, Shin has been revived. Not quite sure how far or how near Shin is on RRQ right now, but for BTR, the rest of Team Flash is being mowed down. And Brim United, well, there's no waiting for the 10-minute mark. They want to get a lot of elimination, and Tikui shows up already. The only question is, will he be taken down right now and get high? Will not make any shot, will not risk getting in there as well, because the rest of the teams need to load up on their weaponry as well as on their stocks.
Well, Tikui got away, so that's okay. Of course, he's one of the star players for his team, so if Buriram actually got him, then that's actually quite a big bounty there. But of course, he can be revived again, but that will be a separate conversation. But our conversation now will be circle around WAG and Tora. And Tora is actually heading towards WAG. Van Vo blue wall up and reviews his position. Now they know they have company around the area.
Let's see, in Bambo, this is not a weapon up close for up close battle AC-80, but the main Uzi right now, plus the Valiant Dash, but no takedown just yet! But Bambo managed to take down Fidels. A little too late though. A pickup can be done, but here comes the rest of the teams mowing down against TDK. And Todak right now, almost, oh yes, they have been eliminated. So not quite sure if they grab any point there, but it doesn't look like it. But this time around, WAG is now capitalizing on those engagement and getting all the points. But who's up for the next challenge? It is Buriram United, who has inserted the coin and will be the next challenger.
Well, looks like Buriram United this time is going to be a different type of gameplay by them. They're going to play this round a little bit more active as compared to the previous round. But another fight's happening here involving Virtus Pro and EVOS and Nameless. Together with his teammates, they just got a member of EVOS. And Virtus Pro right now looking for their next target is in the building while they reset themselves. The Zom on the second floor is now recovering. And the Zom now will be sieged down. Looks like there's not only EVOS but also Team Flash. The Zom will fall. His other teammates are just too far away to support him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Evos stepped in, but the moment that they saw Virtus Pro, then slowly backs away. But AVAX says, all right, come and chase me. AC-80 is ready for you. But Boom James is going in, putting so much pressure, but the backstab coming from Wong He is pinched, and Expo finish the job, and Boom James has spotted one players as well from Team Flash, and unfortunately for AVAX though, I mean, he could have grabbed that point, but he didn't confirm.
Oh, I saw that pan flip there by Moshi. I was wondering that if he had the idea of like, oh, can I throw the pan that far? No, Moshi, it doesn't work that way, okay? But
he's cooking. He's cooking. Just waiting for the stove to warm up right now.
I like that. I'm trying to catch up to the Gen Z terms as well. Okay, yeah, he's cooking with the pan. But look who else is cooking. Esports, Nolan just took down someone somewhere else, so there's another fight happening. But we could potentially see this fight between Buram and GOW.
Yeah, let's see how this unfolds, because Rip right now might be ripped to shreds. I mean, he just came back from the revive, and he's jumping in Pochinok, and there's no one from the rest of GOW who is in this area. Well, I stand corrected. Another one will be dropping in. So there's a little bit of backup, but I don't think they have the weapon on to their side. But Brave United right now, 4 elimination already. A little bit quick. Not even a 10-minute mark, and they're putting in the numbers, but we need them to put in so much more so that they can catch up to the loss that they have earlier. But for BTR, 6 elimination already in front of Evos, and Coach Shield might be targeting them from that corner, thus they are being pushed away.
I guess they don't have enough information. That's why they decided not to fight. Speaking about fight, Kalahari? Oh, they didn't know. They still don't know. Oh, so lucky. They didn't know there was a guy from GOW there.
Well, unless a skill or probably that binoculars will be put up, then that is when they will know. But speaking of knowing, Brave United is now, or position is now known, because a hit list has been put on Moshi. So their rotation would not be safe anymore. I guess this is where Brave United would be slowing down. But for Evos, they slow down earlier from the lower parts of Pimasakti. After BTR has spotted them, they fired back and they pushed BTR away. So I guess they're still safe. They are close to the next phase of the circle, but they need to be cautious because we still have 11 teams remaining. And later on, because this is an OG map, not so much of real estate might be available anymore.
And I understand why BTR wasn't interested as well, right? Just because of how the circle shifted. So it's not really a point for them to contest Evos unless they really need the points. But because we're only in round number 2, so you don't need to be overly desperate for those points yet. Unless if you're AG, AL, and you still bring the frustration from last week, then it's going to be a different conversation. But if you were to look at what's happening up north, Neptune, BTR and Virtus Pro.
Hell, let's see though if they'll be able to take one out of this teams or of this mix, because they will be playing outside of blue, and I know the second phase doesn't have that much damage, but it's closing to the third phase already. And if I was their team, yeah, you can try to push one and probably eliminate them, because this is their chance, or they can just move close to the next phase of the circle and then deal with them as they race against you. But Exposé with a God Nade against Dix, and Boone James would follow up with that M590. Joel, though, managed to pay back, taking out Nameless. Dix right now almost being taken out. A pickup is being done as well as recovery from Kyung, and this is the risk of playing outside the blue. You're also receiving additional damage. Now, a pinch by Exposé and Boone James, and potentially by Diamond, but a flank onto the other side, taking down that glue wall with Riptide Rhythm. It's now up to Joel to clutch this up on a 1v3.
And Joel from afar. He tried to protect his teammates, but then again, now it's a 1v3. It's going to be pretty difficult, and unfortunately, Joel has been eliminated together with the rest of BTR. While we shift forward to AGAL, they are a team that will not shy away from a fight. Here comes AGAL onto GOW.
Yeah, same strategy that we've seen earlier, especially with Zoo on the snipe M82B, and he managed to take down Rip even before Team SR gets into them, gets into him or his position. Now, JOW is being pushed away, and not quite sure if AGL will continue on that chase. But on the other side, RQ has stayed here Rimnam Village for a long time, and Heavy managed to flank against them. But RQ, the potential of getting a back-to-back has been taken out, and it's not just pressure of Heavy right now. They receive a lot of damage between Heavy as well as PE Sports. Now, Heavy might be in trouble because it is PE Sports who is in front of them towards that next phase of the circle. So let's see though if Heavy will be paying for that. But for Bermuda United, they have the first pour. They are still on the hit list, and they still have half a minute to work with. And Evo Divine is waiting for them to show up.
And RQ out without a single elimination point. This will open up the opportunity for another team, especially like AGAL or PE Sports, overtake them.
Ooh.
Anyway, now focus on to Buriram United. Not able to cross the road. 2 players out. Wasana, Get High, eliminated. Now it's only Moshi and Joanna. WAG is still behind them, and they cut across. Buriram United now. They will gatekeep Buriram United from coming into the circle.
M249 coming from Evos was deadly, but speaking of deadly, Virtus Pro receiving the deadly damage coming from Team Flash, and it's a flashy move as well. They have that Steffi, they pull it out, but there's no need for troubles at that point. It's more shotguns that made it work. So the top team already out, AGAL, is only a few points remaining. Take the #1 spot, but for WAG right now, still putting a lot of pressure on Brim United. The only question is, will Brim United continue this role and revive the full squad? Or will this be it? Will they be stuck in the corner? Because not only is WAG putting pressure on them, but AGAL is also getting close, and Get High is being taken out.
Yeah, it could be a case of from the pan to the fire for Buriram United and AGAL. They are pushing towards Buriram United, as you can see here on screen right now. Moshi has to get away with the jump pad, goes up to the higher ground, but he's not on the clear yet. Barros still knows exactly where he is. One shot onto him, down to 50% of health. He still needs to find a way to put himself in the safer position. But now here comes WAG against EVOS.
See now in WAG, Tikui on a Trogon managed to survive and backs away. But Evos though spread out. Vanbo almost taken down. ABAX rather receives damage and has been knocked down up close and personal. And it's a good thing that trade-off has happened. Ray will be taken out. Evos eliminated in 7, and WAG still alive with 8 points. And it was Evos who initiated that plan of taking it out. And WAG is just trying to get into the next phase of the circle, but they survive.
It's a tough 2 rounds for EVOS. Something needs to work out in the 3rd round in order for them to regain their momentum. But right now, we're going to focus back onto AGAL. And there's still one player from Buriram United on the outside. And that's going to be Moshi. And Team SR is just waiting for Moshi to make the move. He knows that that's going to be a point that they can collect.
Yeah, so Moshi has already used that launch pad to get into the next phase circle. And that distracted AGAL to look away from Wasana, because earlier, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember it right, Wasana was just hiding out of those trees, and now he managed to cross over. The only question is, can he survive this onslaught being brought in by Heavy, because shots is being thrown at him, and now even Moshi would be out of picture. AGAL next phase of the circle, they can put pressure on Team Flash right now. The same goes for Pinch. That can be done by PE Sports, and it will be tough for Team Flash and AGAL. Only a backstab from Heavy would take them down.
But Heavy's making their move towards Wasana at the southern side. And looks like Heavy will clear off the south, and it will find an entrance into the circle later on. But then again, now on the higher ground, we have AGAL putting the pain onto Heavy. With this sort of position, who is going to be able to challenge AGAL?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, great high ground. And, well, I was a little bit caught off guard because Heavy is in lower ground compared to AJAL, so they're still in good view, especially at the snipe being done, but this is the pressure that we're talking about earlier. They're already feeling it from AJAL, then PE Sports steps in a little bit closer, and PE Sports just push everyone from Team Flash into the way of AJAL. Now here comes Heavy, and this is Thailand against two teams from Vietnam. Now, if AJAL can manage to survive all this, or probably fight them team after team, then they will be grabbing that booyah, or they can lure PE Sports to flank Heavies away. And Varos, though, with a God Nade against Mufasa, and follow up by Nolan against Alan. It seems like Heavy is receiving heavy damage, but they're in the way of the shift for the circle.
Oh, and all these teams will be forced to move right now. Barros will finish off Bui. And now Heavy is still right from AGL. The fight will definitely go on, but here comes PE Sports from the other side as well. Don't cry. Hopefully he doesn't cry, because right now there's no one else to save him. Don't cry will be eliminated by AGAL. The fight will continue on AGL and PE Sports from the high ground to the low ground. AGAL still has the geographical advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they do have advantage, especially Zoo on high ground, and a good elevation for him. He managed to go for a knockdown, but there's no follow-up, and PE Sports is using this ridge, their advantage, not even giving an inch. Riptide Rhythm once again, but Nolan managed to get away, pulls out another glue wall, and spreads out a little bit too thin. Now, this might be an advantage for them, because the moment that they get a knockdown, they can rush in, because I've seen Rebel Rush as well as a Valiant Dash on PE Sports' side. But AGAL sticking together, making sure that no one will be left behind, but LBT might be the next target. But no, Nolan has been taken out. Now LBT will be the next target. That time turner, crucial for their survival. And AG Global, only one Nero to deal with, and Team SR managed to do it, and they grab that booyah.
AGAL, aggressive gameplay in game number 1, an absolute amazing booyah in game number 2. The boys of AGAL are not backing out. They want that number 1 spot for themselves, and it's only game number 2. What more can they show on the table? With the remaining 4 more games, expect more action from AGAL coming soon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is coming soon. They might have missed an opportunity to take top 3 from previous match, but they did put in the numbers. And with this booyah, as well as 20 whopping elimination, that brings them a 30 points. And it would, well, bring them to the number 1 spot. No questions asked. But the only question, though, is how did the rest of the teams perform? Because RQ has fallen down a little bit too early. And it's tough though, but that's what comes, especially if you don't stay away from your position. And RQ was just in Rimnam Village, and 2 teams was converging on them. One of them is PE Sports, who grabbed that 2nd place.
Yeah, unfortunately, RQ, no elimination points in this round. PE Sports was the next team after AGAL, so they're the closest. But we cannot deny the fact that AGAL had a lot of elimination points in this round. So their total points collected surely is significant enough for them to claim that number 1 spot out of the hands of RRQ. But the question is, how far is the gap from the teams below the number 1 spot that potentially has been taken by AGAL? Because we still have 4 more rounds to go, anything can still happen.
Yeah, well, this one thing though, I think with what AGAL has done, around 10 to 15 points gap between those in 2nd, whether it's RRQ or PE Sports, because PE Sports does have potential, but RQ brought in a lot of points from game number 1, and this is one thing that that we would want to see on that standings. Another question though is for Brunei United, because Brunei United didn't do so well in terms of elimination for a first match, but this time they were a little bit too aggressive to my liking, that they were taken out, spread out, and only Moshi was a final member, or Wasana was a final member in there before they were eliminated. So they performed that well to get back on track.
Yeah, but I could understand why Buriram United switch up their play style here in game number 2, right? Because game number 1, they played their usual play style of showing up at the later stages of the game, but they didn't really get much out of it. So this time they must be thinking to themselves that, hey, you know what? We have to switch up our play style quickly because games are just running by. Let's try to play aggressively this time. But unfortunately, it didn't really work out for them. So I guess they need to evaluate all that and get back to the drawing board on which playstyle are they more comfortable with. If they're more comfortable playing passively and showing up later, we sometimes need to trust the process.
Yeah, let's see, if they can not only trust their energy, but also trust the process, because definitely, I mean, there's a big process in getting all those points and getting all those placements as well. Now, that's what we want to see right now as we look at the highlights, and this is where AGAL managed to take down Wasana, and despite of the heavy already in front of them. But as we look into our MVP, none other than Saifa. I mean, we've seen him play. He sneaks in like a thief in not only in the previous match, but also in this match that we've seen. And Valiant Dash on him, he's ready. The moment he steps in a compound, glue walls will be put up, and he have dealt those initial damage. He will just Valiant Dash in and make sure that they will be taken out. Though elimination numbers, not so much, because the whole team has done, I would say, significantly well in this entire game.
Yeah, it's more of like how he actually reacted within the game itself, right? With the Valiant Dash, like how you mentioned earlier on. But just to also illustrate all the other teammates here, everyone contributed significantly, I must say. Besides Saifa with 5 eliminations, Barros with 6, and then we have Team SR with 6, and then we have Dio, who mainly plays the support role. So naturally, you might not get as many eliminations, so that's 3 eliminations, but it's still pretty good that he can still contribute to the overall team score. So this is where the number of eliminations everyone collected, contributed towards their campaign in this round together with the Booyah, and it will surely boost them up to the number 1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they will be boosted in the number 1 spot. Looking at the skills that they have now, it's not too aggressive for the skills because they want a balance from both up close as well as long range, especially with Du leading the pack in the long distance department. But Oscar, Koda, Kurono, as well as Skylar, this is a good balance if in case you get too close, you have that time turner. And if you have someone in front of you, you have that Valiant Dash and information gameplay as well to help out Du to be able to go in for those snipes. Now, let's see, as the game standings right now, 32 points, 20 massive elimination from AGAL. That's checked. 20 points though for PE Sports because they did put in a lot of elimination and also play second in that round.
Yeah, it's actually not too bad for PE Sports. You kind of think about it, like 21 points collected in this round. It's okay. So they keep themselves in pace to get that number 1 spot by the end of the day. But on the other end, however, this round, Tora, unfortunately, is the only team to not get any points at all. They were eliminated very, very early. So Tora, if we were to look at their performance last week, day 1, day 2 of last week, and also today so far, they really need to fix something.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that needs to be fixed in Todak's side because yeah, in Clash Quad there's potential coming from them, but that's like a quick reset and then you have a full squad. But once you go in Battle Royale, this is where they often fail because they go aggressive and then they lose that insurance policy. When I say insurance policy, one guy who will be backing away, most of the time it's Faiz, but he's still showing up, trying to back up the rest of Todak if they fall down. So it also gives them information where Faiz is, and the moment that he tries to get away, that's when they will be gunned down. So I'm not quite sure what else can be done, but GOW needs a lot of work as well because only 2 points out of 2 matches right here, and out like looking at, especially in the match ranking from that Bermuda, mostly Vietnamese team are on top following AGAL. and then GOW was left behind.
And also, if you were to zoom in on the objective for today, right, it's either you get number one or nothing, and you'll continue to play on tomorrow, right? So if we were to look at like the objective of like, okay, I have to get number one. Now with the score that AGAL has collected at the top, and we were to compare like GOW at the bottom, the gap is significant unless if they can come up with multiple booyahs with the remaining 4 games that we have, which is something that we have not seen before, that kind of Cinderella comeback. But mathematically, it is possible. So as long as there's a chance, I guess we can always wait and see what happens. And of course, for the fans as well, continue to support your favorite team. You never know if a Cinderella story might happen.
Yeah, I mean, a Cinderella story or probably a potential comeback, because a lot of fans are looking out for the top dogs. When I say top dogs, we have Royale United, we have Evo's Divine, that really proved their worth in other competitions, but it's not showing up right now. WAG slowly being part of that mix as well because of how they fail some of their engagement. But when we look back into the lineup or into the roster after 2 match, there's very little distance from third to, I would say, third to even the last spot, because it adds up to 34 points. Yeah, GOW, if GOW can pull away similar points that AGAL has put in, they can easily get top 5 by the end of 1 match. But that might be asking a lot, Circle out, out of GOW. But there's hope. There's a chance, because out of Vietnam, I know it's up and down right now for all of the teams, but GOW is one of those that can really get like into peak for 1 day and then losing out the following day. So hopefully this is their peak, and if not, then they still have plenty of days to work with the knockout stage.
Hey, I know you're a stats guy, right? You love numbers.
Yeah.
So as long as it's still mathematically possible, there is still a chance. Even if it's 1%, it's still a chance, right? So so teams down there like GOW, like Tora, they have to tell themselves that, hey, you know what? It's only 2 games in. We still have 4 more games to go. If we can put in an exclusive performance, then, well, anything might happen, right? But another team that I wanted to highlight, right, and I think it's starting to be a concern for a lot of fans, is Buriram United. Not like they're doing too bad, but because they are Buriram United, I'm sure the fans would expect a little bit more of a performance from them to challenge that number 1, or at least be at top 3 as of now, keeping pace to the number 1 spot. But now there is like at least a 1 game or 1.5 game gap between themselves and AGAL in the overall standings. So Buriram United being a team that has that stature, that has that sort of name to the game, I guess they really need to be able to put up the pace and try to find what is their philosophy coming into today's matches.
Yeah, and that's one thing. I mean, Buriram United has been one of the teams that has the unpredictable factor for them. So when I say unpredictable, like look back, rewind. Back then, knockout stage, they're just getting that number 1 spot. A lot of elimination, a lot of placement, a lot of booyahs. And because they are not putting in the same result in grand finals, makes them unpredictable if they can be champions. Now, they're slowing down the knockout stage. Not quite sure if the plan is just to hide their tactics, because again, even for the underdogs, there's a chance for them for week 6 to be part of grand finals if they place top 6 by the end of 2 days. If Buriram United is just waiting for that opportunity, study their opponents. Why not? Play differently. Why not? Practice everything that they can bring into the grand finals. Why not? Then probably that's what Buriram United is taking advantage of. Or the other teams are just being better. Day after day, match after match, that is leaving Buriram United at a loss right now on how to counter them.
Yeah, and we had some stats from BTR as well earlier on. One of the teams that has a philosophy of playing aggressively, and they did just that yesterday during the CS mode, and obviously they won. So we'll be seeing more of them in the CS mode as well. But their play style of being able to play aggressively is something that fans would expect. But you guys can expect to get a lot of energy out of Red Bull. Zinc and vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with zinc B3 and B6, and it features a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and be able to seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyahs victories. Don't forget to check out Red Bull, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not tried it, well, definitely must try it because of the mild taste. It's suitable for everyone.
Yeah, if you haven't tried it, you're losing out a lot because from the previous season, almost every day, we are getting Red Bull hyping us up. Even for today, I still have a few cans in here in the fridge that I'm using so that I'm always hyped up. And I'm pretty sure everyone's feeling that energy coming from me because of what Red Bull is also giving us right now, being a sponsor from both spring and fall season. But before we go anywhere else, I mean, there's a lot of talk that has been put out. Who's going to be getting that next one? Bermuda United has a huge chance on the next map because in Solara, so the next map would be Solara, and in Solara, when the fall season has started, Bermuda United has started popping off and studying this map from the past, whatever it is, whatever map it is, whether it's Bermuda, Nexterra, Kalahari, or Purgatory, like Bermuda United has already put in that booyah. But in Solara, most of the time it's just BTR. They were dubbed as the Kings of Solara, but right now Bermuda United is trying to take that crown away from them. But how can they do so if Kocha is averaging 25 eliminations, putting in a lot of damage, like 18,000 damage, followed by Pyong and Dix, though it's not so much compared to Kocha and Pyong, but Dix and Joel, especially Joel, only introduced in Battle Royale or in Clash Squad from this week, as well as Battle Royale for this week, and he has shown so much promise from Bisaka Sriwijaya. Thus, he has been acquired by BTR.
Yep, and Joel did play well during the Clash Squad yesterday as well. So being able to put in a performance like that, especially in Clash Squad where you're very focused on to just getting eliminations, I'm sure a lot of fans would expect that sort of gameplay as well to be in the Battle Royale. But of course, Battle Royale is very different. In Clash Squad, you're just one team focusing on the one team. But in Battle Royale, you have to think about your surrounding, and we are going to think about what's going to happen inside our next match here, inside of Solara. Let's go!
Let's go. I mean, who will be the sole survivor in Solara at this point? Now, flight path would be still as fair as ever, and the hub would be taken by Bermuda United. Evo Zivine is already dropped in here studios, and Eco Drain will be taken by Virtus Pro. Now, we also have Bloomtown B by WAG. What I'm looking forward to is who's dropping in Windmill. Most of the time, that's where the hot drop is happening, as well as Delta Isle, and RQ and GOW might be these teams, unless GOW pulls away.
Wait, is RRQ deliberately dropping here to challenge GOW just because they see GOW as a target that they can get elimination points to give them a better chance of getting the #1 spot? Now, that could be it.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the case. RQ, if I'm not mistaken, like they hot drop Team Falcons as well, or it might be vice versa. But Abe right now, MP40 in hand, and there goes early Valiant Dash, but that glue wall averted any challenge from RRQ. Smart move coming from GOW right now. Quick response as well. And let's see though, GOW can stack up in weapons as well as utilities because they need it right now. Minigun has been taken down, and 18 Deer will be taken down with an M1887 by Demon. And slowly but surely, Demon would be growing all those horns and putting all those fangs against RQ. Only Mile remains with that Mag 7 enhanced would be that threat. No, prioritizing on the pickup and probably recovery coming from a revive, coming from Maal right now, but Maal might be in trouble, but still managed to go for 2 knockdowns before going down.
Well, looks like the plan didn't work for RRQ as how they would have wanted. They only managed to get the 1 point out of that, but they gave away 3 points to GOW. Man. But it was an attempt by RRQ, not gonna lie. It was an okay attempt because they still want to chase that number 1 spot. So at least they tried something. But now, WAG and EVOS, and we did talk about like EVOS, they need to be able to find like a rhythm that suits their gameplay. And now they'll be able to test that against WAG.
Let's see, I mean, WAG, a team that tried so much but didn't get so far, and the same goes with EVO's Divine, but it's not late, it's not over just yet. We're still on the 3rd map for today, and there's still a huge chance. On the other side, we have BTR and Todak, and that Aurora Vision from Koda has been popped already, and it seems like Todak might have been spotted. Now the Inoculus will be response to get the information and how many would be in a specific area. Noki right now, great elevation, plus the flank coming from Faiz, and Faiz goes for the knockdown against Kyong and a finisher right now, but yo! Traps almost lost Noki, and Joel would be the only one remaining with only a few HP, and there goes the jump. Drogon would not work because Joel's a little too quick in the slide rails, but will he get away? And there goes that shot from Traps, that chase from Traps, relentless to take them out.
Arguably, that's going to be one of the more stylish moves that we'll be able to see today, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, the fight's not over yet. WAG and EVOS. Now we have Decoy here, buying a little bit more time for his health to go up before he continues on the fight. But Rasia behind him. You got to be extra careful. Surrounded still by the members of EVOS as Rasia repositions himself, gets away to safety. WAG looks like they will have this area for themselves now.
Yeah, they would have this area if the pickup will not be done against EVOs. But on the other side, Apex managed to go in for a revive. Now Traps receiving damage from PE Sports, and he is solo right now. Traps, after going for the chase, Cord, I believe that Cord has been let go already, and Todak would be in trouble. Faiz and Videls on the run to probably grab a few more coins because they need that to revive 2 teammates. But for 18 Deer, he is in trouble. But he's not, well, he is alone, but he's not the only remaining player out here. Team SR popped the time turner just to make sure that he will not hit by 18 Deer. And 18 Deer receiving a lot of damage. A little too quick though, plus that glue wall saves 18 Deer to get away.
Okay, that was a close call there. But now for Heavy against PE Sports. PE Sports on the 2nd floor. Don't cry, try and find an angle. The PE Sports, they're finding an exit plan right now while they fight back. Heavy casualty on their side. Mufasa, the king of jungle, now on the 2nd floor, will need to fight back against the members of PE Sports. And Mufasa, he is alone here on the 2nd floor. Alan is still down on his knees. And the members of PE Sports will finish him off. But it's still not over yet for Heavy.
Yeah, it's not over for Heavy. Boy is still alive, but for Bermuda United, they have 1 elimination. WAG has dropped onto them. The only question is, will Bermuda United have information or visual against WAG? But on the other side, RQ, despite of losing a lot of those battles, they are going against AGAL. Abay already being taken down. This is a battle of 1st and 3rd place. And dudes, right now, up close and personal, Bison in hand, not quite sure if that is a good weapon to use against that M590, and Barros takes him down. But instantaneously, Maal is just waiting to bring them back, and they are full squad once again.
Ooh, Maal shows himself. But while that's happening, we shift our attention over towards WAG and EVOS. This fight has been happening for the longest time. Who is going to come out victorious? As we can see here, Arbex now down on his knees, and the siege will happen. The Ray will be taken out as well. Looks like EVOS losing their players. Coachelle, beautiful long-range snipe, and Coachelle will be out as well. Points given to WAG.
Well, WAG grabbing those points. Now, those eliminated in the middle of the board. Virtus Pro, Bigatron, as well as Buriram United. Not quite sure what's happening. We were talking about Buriram United right now. Not quite sure why they are failing. This is one of their best map, but it seems like it's not working for them. They might be waiting for the second half to do a comeback, but that is just a theory. That is all high hopes for the BRU fans. Now, for Todak right now, they managed to survive 4 elimination already, but in front of them would be Maal. Maal, though, managed to revive teammates and now is running solo. Will he be able to get away from the clutches of Todak, or would they catch up to him? But onto the other side, we have AGAL, who's very hungry from earlier. Now with the cord, Saifa is trying to put so much of pressure, and Mufasa might be captured, and there you have it! The shot from Saifa, bringing the cord on him.
Nice chase there, and looks like AGAL still on the hunt. They want as many elimination points as possible. Alan right in front of Saifa, and Saifa will finish him off. That's a triple kill there for Saifa. Now looking for the other members of Heavy, but they are up on that high ground, so they'll take their time just to check around the corners, ensure that everything is clear before looking for the next destination.
Let's see. I mean, the next destination, hopefully that's not the final destination for them in this map, because we've seen a lot of those who's trying to chase for a lot of points, but is failing. But we do have 9 teams remaining, and as the blue closing in from the second to the third phase of the circle, AGAL 5 elimination already. A lot has been done from previous map, and they want to continue. They want to make sure that they do it again in Solara, but they have to deal with teams who are already in position, and this is PE Sports as well as Team Flash. But speaking of position, Team Flash has a better position compared to PE Sports. Thus, PE Sports will not be pushing that quickly against them.
Oh, they're taking the time right now. I'm sure they know the presence of Team Flash around the corner, but I guess that's because like both sides are on inside of the circle, so they don't really need to push it for now. Unless you're AGAL, you want to push the points. They're still in the hunt for the remaining members of Heavy. They see Alan right in front. Where is he gonna go? Nowhere to hide. Immediately gets taken out.
Yeah, taken out. TV tower. There's no show other than the AGAL show right now. And let's see though if they can carry this on. The Blues closing in, and they need to move. 6 elimination, and they're still not on that #1 spot because WAG has already put in so much work, close to 10 already. But let's see though, a triple threat might be happening. Maybe that quadruple threat might be happening in Funfair, because we have PE Sports and a Team Flash plus Todak would be in here. But on the other side, we have Evo's Divine. So there goes the binocular spotting Team Flash, and at least they know the position. But they only spotted 4 players though. And not quite sure if it's PE Sports who pulled that binoculars. But if it's Todak, they missed out on 4 more players that is coming from PE Sports. And if they jump in, they will be surprised by 8.
Well, let's see which will be the next team that might be surprised by AGAL. Now they're looking to get into the circle, and I'm sure if they see any other team, they won't be hesitant to take that fight. Now, potentially it could be WAG next, but as AGL, they're moving towards the left side of Archway, they might not bump into WAG. But on the other side, we have RRQ here.
RRQ going against GOW. Damage onto Dion. It's not even coming from RRQ, but a finisher from Dude's grenade. Now let's see. There goes initiation already. Knocked down and Rip right now with M79. But Dude's up close and personal. And Rip!
Oh!
Rip himself apart with an M79, especially with the glue wall that stands in front of them. Hands need to be taken down, and the Bay has been taken out. Now, Dudes for the rush, and Maal managed to clear out Demon, but 18 Deer and the rest of the teams, Maal unable to use that horizon line to survive, and they will be eliminated on 9.
Oh, Hans was supported from the other side by Team Flash, but now AGL in another fight of their own against WAG as what we expected. While traveling to get into the circle, and AGL managed to recover all their teammates. They will fight back. Only 2 left from WAG. Decoy will come in from the northern side. But his health is being chucked down right now. Decoy will fall. One more to go. AGAL, they know exactly what to do right now. How to wrap things up. It's going to be WAG, next team to be eliminated.
WAG taken out by AGAL, and AGAL still a full squad. That would be a threat. Noki right now has been knocked down, and a pickup's being done, and the Zom has been hit by Lao Ho. So that's a good distraction onto Team Flash, giving way for Todak to survive a little bit. But what can all these teams do in Funfair if those threat is waiting on the other side? Evo is fine. Good snipers on them with Gracia. AJAL, another good sniper with Ju, and I'm pretty sure they are in clear distance, clear shot against them. The only saving grace for all these teams in Funfair is the shift of the circle, forcing Evos as well as AJAL to run in.
Speaking about the circle shifts, now it favors PA Sports and all the teams on the outside, on the left side of the minimap that we can see. We need to move in, and that's where we'll see a lot of fights happen. On screen right now, we have Team Flash, PA Sports, Todak, but Shin knocked down by PA Sports. Looks like there's going to be a big brawl here.
Let's see though. I mean, the pressure I'm seeing right now is onto Todak because the Blues coming in, they don't have an opening, they don't have a chance to go for the flank because PE Sports is also taking a corner. But earlier I was saying AJL and Evos can take advantage of Funfair, but no, there's no waiting when getting there. They are dealing with each other right now. Coach Chill, M79, grenade launcher, and Team SR cooking grenade as well. But Abax and Ray managed to push through already. Here comes Saifa with a Kenta, and he did manage to go in for a slay against Abax. Now, Saifa right now pulls away. Ray is already down, and AGL, without missing a beat, without losing a life, is mowing down an Evo's Divide, and 40 elimination has been gathered by the teams.
Super clean by AGAL. But now, we're going to put our focus on the Team Flash as they try to fight their way into the circle. GOW is just right beside them together with Heavy, while PE Sports is going to be the gatekeeper. Now, who is going to go down next? GOW eliminated by Todak. 4 other teams to go. And right now, a total of 5 teams with AGL on the other side, and they're making the rotation towards the north, and looks like they might want to be part of this fight.
Hell, let's see though. I mean, PE Sports is putting a lot of pressure on Todak so that they won't get into the blue. And this is paying off right now. But it's not just PE Sports. AGAL, who jumped in behind Todak, is now taking them out one at a time. Now, Team Flash would be safe in the middle of everyone else, but no one would be safe once the shift starts. Because AGAL, we are seeing the momentum on them. Traps the only one remaining. That glue wall exposed him, and Saifa not waiting to take him down, and Todak will be eliminated in the 5th. Now, the Zom receiving a lot of damage, and Saifa with a nade for the glue wall! Who puts out that glue wall in front of him? He might be a little bit too quick to pull out a glue wall. I think that's his own against that nade, and he could have taken down Team Flash in an instant.
Oh man, it's going to be a messy finale here, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eyes peeled. PE Sports waiting on the 2nd floor. Team Flash on the ground floor, while AGAL moving across this compound, trying to find an opening for themselves. Heavy on the other side, they don't want to be a part of this. It is just too messy for them. Shin takes damage, but AGAL, they seem to be distracted with Heavy. They're shooting on the other side. But now the blue will force all these teams to move.
Let's see though, they will be moving as quickly as possible because 5th to the 6th phase of the circle would definitely hurt, and you don't want to be waiting outside of that. Shin right now starting to go for the head start, but PE Sports already saw them, and they were forced. Launchpad will be used by AGAL, and they take point inside the zone while everyone else is busy fighting each other, and even Heavy backs away. So AGAL, everyone would be auditioning against them because they are the only one in their path. Now let's see who goes down first. Team SRAC80 take down against Mufasa. And continuing on, especially with Du on point. Heavy slowly dwindling in numbers.
Smart move by AGAL. No one else can overtake them right now in terms of the potential of getting the booyah, and surely they will lock in the booyah. AGAL, you asked for it. You asked for a double booyah. You asked for it back-to-back. And it is AGAL that claims the back-to-back today.
Oh, definitely. I mean, a back-to-back booyah, and not only that, a great amount of elimination coming from the team. And despite of the chase being too close, the Esports is still part of that top 3. They were not even, well, they were close, but not too close on AGAL. And this move by AG Global, they beat their record. Earlier it was 20 elimination, now I believe it was 21 or even more, and they have gotten more than 32 points. So they're like, I'm dumbfounded right now. I'm speechless right now. 60 points in 2 games. How can you do it? Only AJL is showing up like this time around.
Yeah, they're stealing away the points from everyone else. And they broke their record, right? So in the previous round, it was 20 eliminations. This round is 21 eliminations. So they're just running away with it right now. And last we checked, they had quite a gap, about a one round gap with Esports, who was at second place. So now with another booyah, with this amount of eliminations, they would have created maybe a 2-game gap with whoever is at second place.
Oh, it looks like it. I mean, 2 games or probably just a significant amount, because I know from previous round before the game or before that round started, PE Sports is second and around 16 points in difference. And with that, with this performance, despite of PE Sports still part of top 3, I don't think they put it so much of numbers to catch up to that. And AGAL is just doing AGAL things right now. I'm putting up a new term, because most of the time we put that on Buriram's title, but now it is AGAL who is in that title, and they have taken a huge lead against PE Sports, I believe, especially against RQ, who's not performing that well despite of the booyah from the earlier match. So AG Global, whatever they are doing, whatever they did, continue this on. I want to see everyone left behind. No chance of catching up by the end of the day.
I know what you want to see, Neptune. You want to see them claim all the other booyahs throughout the day, right? You want to see them gain 5 booyahs. That's going to set the record if they can do that. I mean, I'm not going to say they can't do that. It sounds difficult, but like the conversation we had earlier on about stats and math, right? As long as it's still mathematically possible, which they obviously can, then there's still that opportunity for them to claim maybe the 5 booyahs left today.
Yeah, I mean, it is mathematically, theoretically, it is possible, especially with how each team is performing. Not just AGAL, but each team against AGAL is performing. Those top dogs that we were expecting. Apologies for the fans of the top dogs. Evos, Buriram United, not really performing that well. RRQ, somewhat. They grabbed a booyah already, but like the consistency is lost for them. And only AGAL is getting that consistency. Hopefully, we're not praising them too much to jinx them onto the next match, but I'm loving this version of AG Global.
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Even from the get-go, from the beginning, they don't shy away from fights. Like they see a target, they go for it. Even if some of the targets are rather risky, like you have to go outside, spend some time in the blue to take those fights. But they made it work somehow, and they still gained those points, and that's how they collected 21 elimination points in this round. It's also the same matter on how they collected 20 points in the round before. So they're just playing with the formula that they're comfortable with. They see somebody, they take the fight. Irregardless of whether that team is on the outside or not, they will still go for it.
Yeah, as long as there's an easy way for them to get back into next phase of the zone. So we're going to see the highlights in a bit, but we will continue the conversation, because so far, I mean, I know there's a huge chance that a different team might be getting another booyah against AG Global. There's a huge chance in this because a lot of teams are hungry to take the number one spot, especially Esports or RRQ, but they're far behind, especially with how teams are only getting, say, RRQ in Bermuda only getting 1 point. In Solara, though, they have decent amount of points, but not so much to catch up against AG Global. But I'm pretty sure someone can throw them off guard, but who is that team? And will they be consistent towards the latter half of this day? Because if Sypha is in front of you, it's tough to deal with him. The moment that he sees a glue wall, he goes for a valiant dash. He's also buffed up with that Ford, with that Joseph, and even the healing touch of Olivia. So it's difficult to deal with him, especially at this moment. From what we've seen, 7 elimination, 4,000 in damage, and 6 knockdowns. Sypha is deciphering the game code of the other teams.
It makes it even harder with the fact that he's well supported by his other teammates, right? Like Dio, able to open up the space and give long-range support through his snipes, gaining 3 elimination points in the process. And you have his other teammates who's able to come up with the amount of damage as well, like Barros coming with 6 eliminations, and also Team SR with 5 eliminations too. So although he's like the highest damage dealer, but a player's success is also dependent on his other teammates. And with the fact that everyone in AGAL is able to perform at their peak performance from the 2 rounds that they've got the Booyah, I don't know what else does it take to stop this team now.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that we often see is if Du performs, the rest of the team performs for AG Global. But Sypha is taking the lead. He's getting a lot of elimination, taking the front, like the front lines. And with Du in oversight, dealing initial damage, it's what Sypha can deal with. And also, we have Barros, who has put in so much effort with the AC80 as well. So a dual snipe setup being done by AG Global is working for them. And then that's where the rest of the teams would have more chances of confirming those knockdowns. But 33 points coming from AGAL, followed by 17 points from PE Sports. And, well, I love this picture. First half of the board, mostly coming from Vietnam. So, not quite sure if this is a map factor or they're just being hyped up right now.
Hey, but I also love the fact that GOW and Dora getting double-digit in terms of points collected in this round. It's a significant improvement for them, considering that they were the 2 teams at the bottom that only has a single digit. So it's nice to see like a bit of a climb up by them. But we'll look at the overall standings as well, just to see how they fare. And Dora is no longer at the very bottom. Same goes for GOW. They have GOW especially has moved up to number 10, pushing Virtus Pro now down to the last spot. But if we were to look at AGAL and the gap that they have against PE Sports, it's there, but with the remaining 3 games, Esports can still do it.
Well, in one game, it's not impossible, because if AGAL will be taken out early, no points at all. PE Sports did what AGAL did with 32 points, then yes, they will be able to tie up, or 33 points to take that lead. But it's tough though. It's difficult. Even for the other teams, we rarely see it, and AGAL is one of the teams that is showing up back-to-back with the same result, with no slowing down. 30-plus points in 2 games. That's why earlier, I am speechless, dumbfounded on what AGAL is doing, but I agree with some of the comments as well. Back then, Ju was a backbone. He's doing all the work, but now the rest of the teams is putting in so much of effort that AGAL is being raised into the pedestal right now. And I believe for the interview, they will be interviewed in this next segment. So, Sir Cloud, we'll be right back, because an interview will be happening on AG Global side. I'm just wondering, who will it be? Who will be giving us those insights? So, let's bring it over to Thailand and hear what we have to say right now from AG Global.
Alright, Survivor, what a game from All Gamers Global, because they got 2 booyah in the row. Wow, such a perfect performance from them. All right, now I'm here with Sci-Fi and Baros. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ They're so exciting about the interview section. So the first question, I want to know that how do you prepare before go in this tournament for today match, because your team explored the perfect performance and got 2 booyah in the row. อยากรู้ว่าเราเตรียมตัวยังไงกันบ้างก่อนแข่งในวันนี้ครับเพราะว่าวันนี้โอ้โหระเบิด performance มาดีมากได้บูย่า2 ครั้งติด
ก็ซ้อมปกติครับแต่ว่าอาทิตย์ที่แล้วซ้อม CC เยอะกว่าแมปใหญ่ครับ
แล้วซ้อมแมปใหญ่ไม่เยอะมากเท่ากับ CC เลยใช่ไหม
ซ้อมแมปใหญ่1 วันครับแล้วก็ซ้อม CC 3 วันประมาณหยุด
ที่เหลือหยุด So about the practice, we just normal practice play. Like actually the 2 days ago is class squad or 4v4. So we usually spend time with that around like 3 days for class squad. And about the BR, we just spend time for practice just 1 day. But yeah, did you see that? It's a perfect performance from ATL. Practice just 1 day. I don't believe that. I think they focus on the practice, and yeah, of course it's gonna be many times that they spend time for practice. Alright, Saifa, you did a great job in the tree map. You are the first one who have to make play for your team all of the time. I want to know that how you decide to play for your team first, or did someone tell you to do that?สายฟ้าครับวันนี้เราเป็นคนที่เปิดไฟล์สวยๆให้กับเพื่อนตลอดเลยอยากรู้ว่าสายฟ้าเป็นคนตัดสินใจเองหรือว่าตอนนั้นน่ะเพื่อนๆเป็นคนตัดสินใจให้ค่ะ
ก็มันเป็นหน้าที่ของตัวนะครับที่ต้องเล่นให้ทีมแต่เพื่อนก็ช่วยอยู่ครับ
Wow, he say that it's his job to do with of course สายฟ้า play as a rusher, so his job is have to fight first for the team, and of course their teams help him to gather more elim, and yeah, they got the booyah. Bharat, I want to know about the last map. 4 teams left back then, 3 teams in the building, and your team is out of the building. That time circle is coming, and then your team jumped in first and got the booyah. I want to know that who is the shot caller back then, and what made you decide to go there? อยากรู้ในแมปสุดท้ายค่ะตอนนั้นเหลือ4 ทีมมี3 ทีมอยู่ในตึกเราอยู่ข้างนอกอยู่คนเดียวเลยแล้วเราก็ตัดสินใจในการกระโดดเข้าไปในวงก่อนเพื่อนแล้วก็ทำให้เราได้บูย่าด้วยตอนนั้นตัดสินใจกันยังไงคุยกันยังไงแล้วใครเป็นคนที่คอหลักคะ
ก็ผมเห็นตอนแรกจะดีดไปตรงป้ายครับแต่ว่าไอทีมขวาเขาจะดันมาก็เลยหันไปกดก่อนแล้วเขาก็กลับเข้าไปผมก็เลยดีดไปตรงกระดอบไปดักหน้าเขาแทนครับ
คือมีทีมนึงเขาจะเข้าไปแล้วแต่ว่าเราเห็นเราก็เลยพยายามยิงกดไปก่อนSo he said that time one team gonna go to that position first, and Baraz is the one who saw that. So he called everyone to shoot them to make them have to fall back, and then AGL decide to jump into the circle first. And of course, when you jump into the circle first, it's gonna be your advantage, and then bring AGL back to victory. Let's go to the last question for Saifa.So now you get 2 booyahs in the row. I want to know, do you want some more booyah? And of course today, do you think that you're gonna get in the grand final? อยากรู้ว่าวันนี้อยากได้บูย่าเพิ่มไหมเพราะตอนนี้ได้2บูย่าแล้วก็คิดว่าเราจะเป็นทีมที่ได้เข้าแกรนด์ไฟนอลไหมคะวันนี้
คิดว่าน่าจะได้อยู่ครับแล้วก็น่าจะได้เข้าแกรนด์ไฟนอลด้วยเพราะวันนี้เล่นได้ดีมาก
จะได้บูย่าอีกไหม
ได้ครับ
ได้สักกี่บูย่าดีมีเลยอีก3 เกม
เอาละบูย่าเดียวก็ได้ครับ
Booyah เดียวเองเหรอ So Saifa said that he wants 1 booyah, and definitely we gonna go into the grand final because today we did such a great performance. Alright, this is the end of the interview section, and thank you for watching us. We will have a short break before go back to the tournament. See you. ก่อนทำการแข่งขันวันนี้ VP เตรียมตัวกันยังไงบ้างคะ
จริงๆก็แค่ซ้อมทั้งวันทั้งคืนไม่หลับไม่นอนครับดูหน้าน้องผมก็รู้ครับ
ครับเขาแน่นอนครับ โอ้โหดูจากความทุ่มเทของ TBP แล้วแฟนๆสบายใจกันได้เลยค่ะ
Active skill. Fan pick order alternates across games. Randomized if needed. Tournament timeline. Swiss stage. 28th August to 12th September. Double elimination. 18th to 19th September. Grand final 4th October 2025. But how do teams get here? To qualify for Clash Squad mode, teams must place top 16 by the end of week 2 in Battle Royale knockout stage. Here's how it works. Each team plays against others with the same win-loss record. In round 1, all teams start at 0-0. They're randomly paired. Winners move to 1-0, losers drop to 0-1. From there, teams continue facing opponents with the same record. 1-0 versus 1-0. 0-1 versus 0-1. 2-0 versus 2-0, and so on. To advance, a team must get 3 wins before they lose 3 times. Lose 3 matches, you're eliminated from the Clash Squad mode. Matches continue round by round until exactly 8 teams reach 3 wins. Those 8 teams move on to the double elimination round. Double elimination format. Every team starts in the upper bracket. Lose once, drop to lower bracket. Lose twice, you're out. Through 3 intense rounds, winners rise, losers fall, until one team punches their ticket to the grand final. The other finalists will emerge from the semi-final bracket, and then it's all on the line. The last showdown decides the Clash Squad champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall. This is where every skill, every pick, every round matters. Where legends aren't born, they're built under pressure. In this format, any team can strike, any team can rise.
Garena.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall. Together with us, your storytellers, my name is Sir Cloud, together with my wonderful buddy here, Neptune, and AGAL. They are starting to run away with it. Neptune, what do you think about the first half?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the first half has been taken away by AGAL across the board. Yes, they didn't get top 3 in the first match, but they did get 20 points and then 30 plus points all throughout that second and third. And that made that lead a 30-point against PE Sports huge for PE Sports to be able to catch up.
Yeah, and I'm sure the fans are very excited and they're looking forward to see AGL continue to perform. And it's all about getting that number 1 spot, right, for today to advance directly into the grand finals. But whatever happens to the other teams who don't get the number 1 spot, fret not, they will still be playing again tomorrow where they will have another chance to secure the direct spot into the grand finals. But so far, it's looking really good for AGAL. But Neptune, do you think that there will be any other team who can challenge them for that number 1?
There is potential for RQ to make a comeback. I think a little bit change of pace as well as switch up in some players would help them, and especially for next map right now. And the fourth map, it would be Kalahari, so we know how RRQ dominate this map. But before we go for that domination in Kalahari, player head-to-head right now is Bermuda United Moshi against Evo Divine Russia, 2 of the great snipers in Southeast Asia. Now, average elimination of 2 against average elimination of 1. Not so much as we can see though, but in terms of prestige, in terms of record, they have brought their team a different high, and I want to see some of those in Du as well as Ma'al in a head-to-head, because, or probably head-to-head, like across the board. Great snipers who would be the best in terms of numbers, not just for today, but also in the following days, because we want to track their progress. They want to track their performance. Are they the reason why their whole squad is not performing, or are they the one trying to help the team perform?
It's just unfortunate that Buram and Evos that was featured earlier on, both of them not really performing. So they only have 3 more games to go if they really want to lock in that number 1 spot. If not, it's going to get difficult because they have to start off from this round, where we will jump into game number 4 soon in Kalahari. So in Kalahari, now this is where I need to refer to the stats man, right? My buddy Neptune, right? What does the stats tell us about the best performing team in Kalahari?
Well, Kalahari, RRQ, top the board, 3 Booyahs, 125 all across the knockout stage, followed by Team Falcons, who's not part of the mix right now. And then number 3 would be Bermuda United. They have 98 points in Kalahari despite of not getting any Booyah. Now, in terms of Booyah takers though, we have Evo Divine who have 1 Booyah, but I think that was like one-off performance because they are in the middle of the board right now if we look at it for all 18 teams.
Wow, it sounds like those teams, if they are able to perform inside of Kalahari, then it might come in at the right timing for them, especially like RRQ scoring the first Booyah and then they kind of went missing for the next 2 rounds, and they need to make a comeback here if they want to keep their hopes alive to catch up to AGAL. But here backs the question, right? What does it take to stop AGAL? Because from the gameplay that we have seen them in the 2 rounds that they've scored the Booyah, they were super aggressive from the get-go. Anyone in front of them, they will take the fight. Anyone behind them who's outside still spending time in the blue, they will take the fight. They will take the fight anywhere. And in the 2 rounds that they scored the Booyah, they didn't lose a single player towards the very end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that they are prioritizing on right now, just to make sure that they continue in their domination. So one thing is for these teams, the snipers is one of the key factor to get all those information. Wherever the enemies will be coming from, you have that information from the sniper. And then the rest of the teams are sufficient enough to be trusted in the low ground or in the front lines. So that is one thing that I guess, especially for the side of AGAL, has perfected in the past 3 games. Now, I'm hoping that this continues on. Whatever tactic AGAL is bringing right now continues on because it's working for them. And as well as we want to see it happen not only in knockout stage, but also in the grand finals.
Yeah, because the grand finals is obviously the key, right? And that's where we'll crown the champion for this season. But if they're able to walk into the grand finals with a red carpet, with all the lights onto them and the cameras flickering onto them, just because of this kind of performance that they're able to show at this stage of the tournament, why not? Because sometimes it's all about this psychological warfare, right? As you head on to the grand finals, all the other teams that would join them there by then would also think to themselves that, oh, do we really want to challenge a team like AGAL who's able to perform like that? And because of that kind of thought, that will give that one step ahead of AGL against any other team in the grand finals later.
Yeah, well, that is a good chance, a good question to ask. And we would like to see, though, if this is something that we will be seeing moving forward. So, well, let's see. Though, there's a lot of questions being thrown into this mix. A lot of changes that has been done all throughout, and I'm loving some of the changes. But for those who are not performing that well, we couldn't emphasize it so much. How Brim United, Evo's Divine, even RRQ did perform. They aren't top 3, but I think there's a slowdown in their performance. Thus, AGAL, even Esports, is overtaking them. What's happening with them? Hopefully they get a booyah, and then where we would get more information from the interview, similar to what we heard from Morphin and AGAL as well. Because I really give props to Morphin at that point, because I also saw how she prepares for each interview section, and all the questions is very relevant, especially with Saifa in there in the interview. The shot callers, who's making that call? Would it be just one specific player, or would it be everyone who has a chance to give that call? Then that's how AGAL is working right now. Whoever has more information can give the right call, and then execution would follow.
Yeah, sometimes it shows the flexibility, right? Because sometimes the game just runs very fast, and you don't only rely on the IGL to make all the decisions. And sometimes he can't because he doesn't have all the information because of sometimes positioning and situations, right? So if anyone who's in the right position, who has the right information, able to make the right call, then just allow the person to do it. It's also part of trusting your teammates. And if AGL is able to execute that as a team, every single one of them is basically not only able to frag, but also able to call the shots, and to a certain extent becomes an IGL as well.
Yeah, well, we'll have. Well, there's for IGL, there's a lot of question, even from other teams. For those who are performing, it's not specifically just one. Who in title, there's one captain, but IGL, you know how it is in Battle Royale, right? IGL means like in that specific game, there's one who's taking lead, and it doesn't have to be one person. Everyone can be at IGL. Everyone can be on point, especially if the mindset is right. They know all the tactics. They know all every plan that needs to be put in. And even in the interview, going back to the interview of AGAL, they spent so much time practicing. So with that practice comes repetition, comes practice, and comes result. And with all of that, it shows up on numbers. And I'm loving how AJL is evolving at this point, because it's not just Du carrying the team anymore. Saifa is also helping out. Like this is one thing that we ask AJL from the past. Like, Do can just join in the fray up close and personal, and at some point that would work for AG Global. It didn't happen in the past, now it's happening. Even Cypher taking lead in the front line. So this is working similar to what we've seen in EVOS, RQ, as well as Burim United. So I guess this is a rise, or I would say the rise again of AG Global, because they've risen before and slowly trickled into the background.
Yeah, it's a significant rise for them, right? Last week, the first day, it looked like they weren't feeling themselves, but the second day they were really pushing it. It came down to the tiebreaker, and today it is just AGAL so far, at least so far, all the way. That we don't want to overly speak about the things that they have done in the game, because we worry as well that we might inflict the caster's curse onto AGAL, but it is what it is, right? Like, the numbers don't lie. Like, they are all the way up there. They have 2 Booyahs, and they have created at least roughly a 1-game gap between themselves and also PE Esports as of now. With that 1-game gap, if this continues on until game number 5 today, then they might have just secured a ticket directly onto the grand finals, unless a catastrophe happens. But as of now, they are on the right track, not gonna lie. But I think it's also high time for us to also discuss on some of the teams that were expected to perform, but they didn't. Teams like EVOS, for example. What do you think is happening with EVOS now?
I don't really know what's happening, and that's why there's a lot of questions as well being thrown. Where's AimGod? Where's the rest of the teams? Where are the performers of the team from the past, especially when they grabbed that championship in EWC? So, to be honest, I couldn't predict what's happening in most cases for the teams, because there's a lot of factors. And you know this for a fact as well, because I know you've coached esports team, and there's a factor of mental fortitude, whether they are doing well personally as well as in game, and if other teams are just being better against them, how does this affect their morale? If that is the case, that's even more detrimental. Now, we're seeing a few substitution. We have Waranya, who will be joining Bunjame, and hopefully this move for Virtus Pro can pull them away from the bottom of the leaderboard right now. For those of you wondering as well, yes, we are getting a few technical issues, and this being fixed right now just to make sure that everyone is in the right path, because we don't want to stop the game in the middle, and right now everything is being set up so that once we start our next map, then we're all good to go.
Yeah, we want to ensure that every player has the best experience possible, right? So our very professional marshals are doing their job to make sure that everything will be smooth once we get into the game. Interesting enough, RRQ also made a substitution. So Dudes is out, Ika will come in. What do you make of this substitution?
Well, Dudes is one of the damage dealer, and not quite sure why, but this might nerf. No offense to Ika, but no offense. This might nerf RRQ a little bit, unless Dudes really needs a rest for one map. Because if Ikal can bring in a sniper as well, similar to what we've seen Maal do, then they have better advantage in Kalahari. Or if Dudes is finding a lot of trouble in adapting in a lot of losses that experience for the first 3 maps, then he definitely needs a rest. He needs to recharge on his energy right now. Now, Kabi would be in, and Bui would be taken out as well in heavy. So there's a lot of substitution, as you did mention, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, interesting, right? But I guess that's kind of natural as well, because we are heading on to the second half of the day, and teams will want to push in this second half with the remaining 3 maps and do anything possible to try to get the number 1 spot. Although at this point it does look rather far-fetched for teams like Heavy, but then again, there's still 3 games to go, right? So you cannot give up. As a competitor, you cannot give up until the last game, until it's mathematically impossible. But while it's still mathematically possible, go for it. And even teams like Heavy, although they are currently only at 22 points, that's a significant gap with AGL, who's running away with it. with 85
Yeah.
points. But still, if they do well in the next 3 rounds, like maybe we're talking about like 3 Booyahs at AGAL and the other teams below them like Esports, like RRQ don't perform, then who knows, a surprise might happen. Now, this is another team that had a bit of a rise here in the previous round. GOW also making a substitution by Dian stepping out.
Yeah, well, let's see though, because you pointed out Heavy as well, and I was looking at the numbers, and they are averaging 43 points in every map. They did do quite well in day number 5 with 2 Booyahs and 7-3 total points, but that is not part of the second phase of a knockout stage. Now, at this point, from the 6th day up until today, actually today they're doing quite better compared to the previous week that they played. They've already reached 22 points. In the previous week, they ended the day with 28. So this is significantly better, but it's quite questionable if they'll be able to go and take a lead against AGAL. And what AGAL is doing right now is making sure that no one would be able to catch up, making sure that their morale would be taken down, because in Kalahari, they might be able to dominate the game once again unless some other team takes it away from them.
Well, whose morale will be boosted here, ladies and gentlemen? Let's check out game number 4 with another very kind flight path across the map. We have been seeing early fights involving BTR in the last 3 rounds, but this time BTR, they're going to drop in Council Hall, and it looks like no other team is going to be challenging them, or they are not challenging any other team. So for the first time today, BTR is going to get a chill start, but I can't say the same for Heavy. Heavy, again, they will be challenged, but this time the challenge is going to be different. It's going to be EVOS.
Yeah, well, let's see though. Heavy right now in trouble. Now, Eva Zivine has already taken lead, but the UMP has been picked up by Alan, so great fire rate and a good chance, but unfortunately, glue wall has been popped. Don't Cry, though, managed to take down Coach Shield, but reversal has been done by Ray, and Don't Cry managed to secure that elimination. There goes Valiant Dash. Razia will be taken down, and Mufasa with claws and fangs already leading the fray. Even Ray would not be able to survive that much, but Valiant Dash being pulled out by Ray, but it doesn't work that well. M1817 would be pulled out by Don't Cry, and Heavy right now surviving quite well, eliminating the EWC champion Evo Zivine.
Oh man, we talked about EVOS and they need to make a big comeback, but too bad for EVOS this round. Very early elimination for them. Only able to secure 1 point, and the points are given towards Heavy. And looks like Heavy, good start for them, collecting these 4 points, giving them a little bit more hope in order for them to close that gap with AGAL.
Let's see though if they can close the gap. If they can take out AGAL, I guess they studied that this is a drop spot of AGAL or AG Global, and they want to take them out so that it's easier for them to catch up. But Ekal right now, Time Turner has been pulled, but it's a little bit too late. Abe, though, with a follow-up, MP40, but there goes the Valiant Dash. Abe almost being taken down, but he fires back against Cypher, and it is just Abe doing so much work. And let's see, though, if Barros can fight back, because he flies away, tries to get away, XM8 on hand, but no firing against RRQ. So 2 out already for RRQ, or against AGAL, and see, they're winning the fight. The only question is, will they go for the chase?
Well, looks like they're not really interested in that. So AGAL, they will live to tell the tale another day. But now we might see another fight here. Mal is among the players of PE Esports. But this is definitely going to be a fight. Dora and GOW, the fight for the bottom.
Fight for the bottom. Let's see now who's going to bring the other team to the bottom. Vidals has been taken down. VSK from Akoy. Quick pick up not being done. Glue walls being taken out. And that heal UAP might help them. Max 7 in hand plus a Time Turner, giving him more time. But Demon steps in, and he just doesn't want to give them the chance to recover. And Zodak, though, they need to get away because GOW wants this even more. But no key. No way he will die down that easily without fighting back. But unfortunately, he does go down. But quick recovery being done by Faiz to revive all teammates.
Well, at least Faiz becomes the insurance policy, like how he should have been in the previous rounds. Not really joining the fight, reviving his other teammates, and they will be back as a 4. So at least Tora, they managed to reset. Now another highlight team is going to be Buriram United, and a lot of fans are expecting them to perform. But could this be a case of Buriram United just wanting to play game after game so that they treat it like a scrim for the grand finals?
I don't know. I mean, hopefully that's not the case. A lot of tension is being thrown, or a lot of tension in the conversations being thrown, whether Buriram United is already washed out or it's just part of the plan, as you did mention. And I have the same theory, though, because most of the time, grand finals, what they need is to study their opponents if in case there's only a few instances. Or a few teams remaining on the leaderboard, and probably we talked this. I talked about this as well from the previous season, that they don't want to show all their cards. They want to show as weak standing into the grand finals, so that they will be underestimated and then turning things around. But all those theories can only be proven by the team itself, and it would be a long wait onto the grand finals if they qualify for that, because it seems like they're having trouble. But that's only what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, what we'll see later, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, we don't know yet, right? So it's still open for discussion there. But what we're seeing right now is going to be RRQ and the bottom team, Virtus Pro, at each other, and RRQ, they definitely want to secure those points. Ikal, the substitute player coming in, goes up onto the high ground, looking for the remaining members of VP, and looks like they're able to get a couple of knockdowns. At the same time, BTR is in the fight with Heavy, but focusing on to Ika right now, he's in the chase.
Yeah, let's see though if he'll be able to continue the chase, because in front of him would be Nameless as well as Waranya, who is just flanking, but Ikal already spotted him, and well, that is because of that Aurora Vision with that Coda shots onto Waranya in a bay from the far side. Managed to go for the knock. Virtus Pro right now in trouble, especially with that Aurora Vision on Ikal, and he got Vision as well, but he goes down though from Nameless, and will they be able to fight back? That is the question, because Abe is in front. AC-80 would be his weapon of choice, but good thing that 18 Deer with the Bison is there as well, because AC-80 is not very, I would say not very viable on the CQC.
Well, the fight's not going to be over yet for RRQ. Here comes GOW showing themselves up, and Abe needs to retreat. He has to find space for him to reset. 18 Deer will be gunned down by Akoy. Immediately eliminated. Abe as well goes down. But Maal, now he will run away. He will find a space to reset and revive his teammates. But here comes WAG from afar. Beautiful shot on the shin.
Van Vo, couple of shots with AC-80 and managed to take down Shin, but the Zom right now is going for that pickup. WAJ dealing with a few more players of GOW, and Team Flash will just be hanging back. So everyone from Vietnam is almost everyone from Vietnam is in the area, and they pushed RRQ away. Now, the only question though is, will RRQ get their teammates back? Because they receive so much of damage, and also the contention of this high ground that can, they can lose their potential of a few more elimination before the blue closes in.
I see Tico can get Shin though. Shin is still having an okay time up on that tank. The WAG now, they're gathering together. Team Flash still around the corner, while player of GOW on the outer side monitoring the situation. But at least they're all in the circle still. But there's a big chance that circle will move away after this, and that's where WAG will need to find an exit plan against Team Flash.
Yeah, well, let's see though, if they really need to exit. That's the only question, because they're still inside the second phase of circle, but once that closes in and the third phase shows up, then everyone might be pushed away. And with how WAG's position right now, they're in a good spot. A third done, the grenade as well as the push being done by Team Flash right now. It's a good thing that barricades is being built and Tikui is in front line because we know this guy will be able to go in for those shots, but he needs to go for that revive quickly. Otherwise, they might be a loss for another grenade.
Tikui finding space to navigate around. On the outside, A, B, C, D, and Shin is waiting for them. The moment they exit, they'll need to fight with these two players from Team Flash. They're just waiting for exit tracks right now. But looks like Team Flash might just consider to leave this area. We'll continue to monitor what will they do exactly. For WAG navigating around, and they found space to exit. But the moment they stepped out, one of the players of WAG almost got taken out. And Team Flash, they're still waiting around the corner. They want these points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are aggressive, especially when they felt in that rush against WAG. They felt they have a better advantage. It's just WAG managed to recover, but for BTR right now, dealing with heavy after getting away from the clutches of WAG earlier. Now, let's see though if this is quite an even battle. Don't Rise already knocked down, and only one remains. Now, will Heavy be able to recover the rest of the teammates because they've already flown the coop? And BTR has grabbed their 6th elimination. Will they be able to continue this on for AGAL? Only Sypha remains. This might be that curse that we were talking about. We has been praising them overall, and Sypha is managing to get away from GOW. Abedo tries to step in, and let's see if this is a safe spot for him, but no. Through 3 members from RRQ is trying to gun him down.
Oh, it's tough. I mean, you're talking about the entire RRQ onto him, and AGAL early elimination this time at number 11 with 2 elimination points. This will open up the opportunity for not only PE Esports, but also RRQ to potentially catch them. RRQ right now, they already have like 10 elimination points. They are on track to maybe come out with a surprise comeback.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking forward to it. Well, the gap between them currently before this game is 47. So that's 2 points, 49 that they need to put out from this game plus the next one. Because I doubt that they can bring it just in Kalahari unless they really break that record. So we'll have to see, but it brings them closer to that number 1 spot. But Team Flash, after battle that they face in Refinery, the Zom and ABCD is still going for the chase as well as pushing away GOW to get that vending machine and revive the rest of the teammates. But Akoi with only a few HP, a backstab coming from the Zom, and P90 takedown. And there goes another point, or 2 points. And I believe this might be it for GOW, or I might be mistaken.
I believe they still have another player. Yes, on the minimap, there's still somebody at the northern side. But now, it's going to be Puram United and BTR. They're going to have it at each other. Here comes Wasana from the other side. Moshi is going to lead the charge. Trying to locate the members of BTR as they navigate around the glue wall. Vix, Goja, Joel, Moshi is not in the fight yet. While Get High trying to lure them out by navigating around, going up to the rooftop right now, trying to get information on where exactly BTR is at. Oh, wait, RQ out!
RQ is out. They have been eliminated. Team Flash is out as well as the battle continues on this side. Bermuda United trying to take down BTR as well. GOW is out. What is happening? A lot of teams being eliminated right now. A scramble might be happening on the other side that we're not seeing, but Get High, Drogon, and pulls out that active skill card with Wukong to get away from harm and outrun or outpace Dix in that gameplay. Now, we only have 7 teams remaining and still have no idea. Didn't manage to see as well who wreaked havoc from the earlier game, taking out RRQ, but, well, it is what it is. It seems like the top dogs are back, and Bermuda United is dominating a lot of the teams, and BTR might be the next on the list.
Oh, but PE Sports have been eliminated as well. So, looks like AGAL might breathe a sign of relief with the fact that the teams below them have been eliminated. Whew. But they cannot be complacent. The next round, they have to perform again. If not, they might just lose the number 1 spot.
Oh, definitely. Let's see now. Let's see if they will be losing it or if they can take it back. Now, Bermuda United right now doing a number in not just one team, but multiple teams. But here comes Virtus Pro trying to take advantage of what Bermuda United has brought in already in terms of effort. Backstab coming from Diamond! And 2 down, plus a double execution right now, forcing one player from Zodak to use that vehicle, get away from harm or from everyone in this area. But, oh, WAG did the number on Virtus Pro. And no one remains for BP after getting a lot of lows elimination.
Okay, look at this, right? Buriram United, they're already at 8 eliminations. They don't have the comfort of the circle, but they could be on track to score this Booyah. But there's still WAG. Here comes the siege onto Joel. And the 2 players of BTR now surrounded by the members of Buriram United. Koja is there together with Joel. They are moving in right now while being monitored by WAG on the other side. And WAG, long range snipes to steal away those elimination points, taking out BTR.
Oh, let's see now in WAG and high ground. X-Bor has been knocked down. And Jonah, will be taken out by PLS1. There goes the Riptide Rhythm just to make sure that they can deny them of the pickup. But Wasana and Get High will try to go for that double team on recovery. Banbo already up close on the wall between them and Get High. Moshi, no angle to take on the snipes. He needs to switch on that a different primary, but is stuck in one compound. All grenades raining fire, and Moshi would be taken down. There goes the Rebel Rush. Jonah goes down as well. Banbo would be denied, and Wasana on 1v2 will be taken out. WAG from Vietnam. Gratubuya.
Well, just as when Buriram United was on track to make a comeback with a Booyah, WAG says, no, that Booyah is for me. And it goes to the Vietnamese region. And so far, after WAG scoring this Booyah, 3 different regions have it in the bag today.
Yeah, well, there you have it. A different Booyah being taken by a different team, and WAG move up, especially with an unfortunate event between RRQ and PE Sports, where PE Sports won the fight against RRQ. I had to look back to the broadcast to find out who took out RRQ, and it was PE Sports, currently in 2nd place. And let's see though if they can maintain that 2nd place, because WAG slowly catching up and might be able to catch up with that Booyah.
Ooh. Yeah, because the points in the middle is close, right? So I believe it will be a significant jump in terms of overall. But whether it's enough to get the number 1 spot, definitely not enough yet. Objectively, if we were to think about it, it is all about getting the number 1 spot here today. If not, it's considered like a daily scrim, I guess, for all these other teams. So it's all about trying to deny away the points from AGAL. And so far this round, their points were denied. They didn't really get that many points, but because of the comfort that they have created up there, they should still have that enough of a gap to still retain the number 1.
Exactly. I mean, that how many was it? I 36, if I'm not mistaken, the points that AGA had against PE Sports. So that is a very comfortable cushion in terms of getting all those, like, in spite of losing out on one fight. But PE Sports, I believe they are being consistent right now. And with WAG on the rise, RRQ in Refinery is so expected by a lot of Vietnamese team that they swarmed against them in that specific area. And probably that's one reason as well why RRQ was pushed away and then left like out and open, and Esports just capitalized on that. They don't have that much position, so why not hunt for RRQ? Though they don't know specifically where RRQ is, but that throne of Refinery has been taken away from them. So that's what Vietnam did for RRQ in that game.
And you gotta think about it, right? Throughout the entire day, like the Vietnamese teams have been kind of stacking up there. Like, okay, even if it's like RRQ scoring the Booyah, or even if it's AGL scoring the Booyah, number 2, 3, 4, and sometimes 5 all stacked by Vietnamese teams. So it's kind of like a showing or kind of like a telling that, you know, the Vietnamese teams are really stepping up the game and potentially one of them might be the one to get the number 1 spot by the end of the day. So teams like AGAL will need to be careful of the Vietnamese teams in general. But we are going to award the general of this round, our MVP, the man that we had touted to have put up a good performance even in game number 1, Decoy.
Yeah, well, Decoy, the frontliner of the team. I mean, always in there in the battlefield front lines, and he has dealt so much. M590 would be the weapon of choice for him, despite of AC80 being shown right now, because you know how it is in Kalahari. You need that long-range weapon as well. But with that Tatsuya, Joseph, Shani, and Ford, he's really built for a rush gameplay right here, and you can see it for the elimination as well as the knockdown, but not so much of damage, because that is being done by this sniper, which is PLS1.
Yes, and again, with the Tatsuya, allows him to just rush in and do what he does best, just like how we saw in game number 1, where he helped his team to win the fight in one of the compounds, bringing in the eliminations to his team. And this time it's going to be 6 for Decoy, but his other teammates as well, Export, 5 eliminations, and we have a PLS1 with 4 eliminations. No eliminations at all for Vanvo, but because he played a support type of role, so as long as he's able to give the information back to his teammates, he would have did his job, and that's how WAG won the Booyah in this round.
Yeah, well, as you can see, I mean, they are built for rush as well, because we've mentioned the Tikuya already, Vanvo and Oscar, and we've seen him not just as a front line. We've seen him in a sniper as well, AC80 in that map, and he did so well. I think it's with the Nikita at a passive skill that made them make those shots so much in that fight, as they grab 15 elimination, and that Booyah makes it 27. But United quite well, being second place, and a 9 elimination as well. So this is the rise for BRU. The only question is, will they be able to catch up to the number of points they need to take away the number 1 spot from AGAL?
Ooh, okay. This is where we start to count the points, right? And the possibility of that happening. So AGAL 87 points, Esports behind them by 23 points, kind of doable. And then you have WAG with a significant lead now at number 3. It's behind AGAL by 28 points, 38 points. 38 points with 2 more rounds to go. Mathematically is possible, but for RRQ, I'm not sure now. What say you?
Yeah, well, let's see. It's tough in terms of the lead. That's 23 points AGAL against PE Sports. So it is possible if PE Sports can stop AGAL early on. 2 elimination from what we've seen earlier, that's good. And then they can get the Booyah and a decent amount of elimination. But for some of the teams, Korea United, since they are eyeing for that spot as well, they need 46, so 23 per match, just to make sure though that AGAL doesn't move anything. And otherwise, they might need to replicate what AG Global did with 30 plus points, or what Team Falcons managed to do from EWC last year with a 40 point. So that's a tall order for anyone out there.
Yeah, it is right. But it also depends on how AGAL will perform in the upcoming round, right? Okay, assuming that they did very well and they score another Booyah, and then the gap is like, 30 points or so, then the last round might not matter that much unless something catastrophic happens, because all they need to do by then is just to collect just a handful of points and they will be through. So it really depends on the next round right now. If any team can stop AGAL from collecting any more points to make game number 6 matter and give hope to the teams closest to AGAL.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see though, because the next map would be Alpine. And looking at numbers, they're not performers in this specific map. Middle of the pack, no booyahs from all the knockouts, knockout stage maps or matches that they played in this map, and they only grabbed 59 points. The one team in this group or in this set of teams that we have right now is Bermuda United. They have 0 booyahs as well, but 89 points. They were following Twisted Mind, already qualified to the grand final. So if this is how Bermuda United wants to start popping off and taking the number 1 spot, there's a good chance for them to do so, because they can bring in a lot of elimination, get that booyah, and grab decent amount to slowly get a close in against AJAL.
I mean, mathematically, yeah, it can, but okay, so this is where strategies will change, right, for AGL. So now putting on the hat of AGL, right, like if you were AGL, would you play the playstyle of like Buriram, where you like stay away from fights and you just appear at the very end, or will you still go for an aggressive gameplay and risk being eliminated early with minimal points?
Well, this is the thing, because they have lost in that fight from the previous map, and I think this will help, like this will trigger them to go back to their usual gameplay. Passive in the beginning, damage from a distance, especially they still have Du who can put that number in, but that's where they often fail from the previous day. But with Cypher's performance, hopefully, even if they take that route, even if they play passive in the beginning, it doesn't slow Cypher down. It doesn't slow his hunger in getting those eliminations. Then that might work. They can end up probably in top 3, top 4, top 5, and they can still be in a safe spot in that number 1.
Ooh, it's going to be really tight, right, coming into the last 2 games. Of course, next we're going to go into Alpine. So I guess this is where we need to dig into the stats as well, right, just to theorize what might happen. So, Mr. Statsman, Neptune, what does your stats tell us on which team might perform in Alpine?
Bermuda United and RRQ. They are currently 2nd and 3rd, following Twisted Mind. So now in terms of Booyah though, if like regardless of which rank, in terms of Booyah, the teams that grab Booyah here is GOW, EVOS, WAG, and Virtus Pro. All those teams, all those 5 teams that I mentioned, is it 5? Yes, 5, are part of this group. So there's 5 chances for the Booyah, but in terms of aggression and putting in numbers, especially elimination, Bermuda United and RRQ would be the board.
But interesting enough, right? So we had the same question in the previous round in Kalahari, and based on the stats, AGAL is not up there as one of the potentials to perform.
Right.
Yeah, and they did not perform. So now in Alpine, it seems to be the same case. Like you didn't mention about AGAL based on stat status. So is this kind of like a sign that there could be a shift of power here?
There is a potential. This probably is the reason as well why AG Global like pushed so hard to bring in the numbers in the first half. Because identifying where you are weakest would be a low chance of survivability, low chance of bringing in the numbers. And if you have a higher chance in different maps, just double down. Just double down on what works, which map works, and then even if you fail, similar to Sin Kalahari, you will still be in the top. The only disappointing part would be if they still don't perform in both Alpine and Purgatory. That is our last 2 maps. Because top of the board, AJL is not on there. And that makes me worry because all that effort might be wasted once again.
Oh man, it will be heartbreaking if that actually happens, right? But speaking about double down, I guess they did that in Bermuda and Solara, and that's how they scored the Booyah with a lot of elimination points together with it. So now they are riding on probably what they have doubled down before. I mean, I'm just putting this out as like theories of like reading the numbers and also some of the stats that you put out, right? I'm sure at the back of the mind of AGAL, it's not like they're doubling down, but maybe some of the factors that cause them to not able to perform, in which we're still trying to figure out based on the games that we are seeing. And of course, we get to see more of them in Alpine, and we'll get to come up with a theory of like, okay, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. But as of Kalahari, it could probably be just one of those games, like that one game that you don't perform, that's still okay because they have that comfort of the gap anyway. And Alpine, we might see them come back to their former glory.
Yeah, well, let's see though. Let's see if they'll be able to come back. I'm also looking into some of the numbers, and this might throw whatever I said about AGAL, because Esports currently in second place, though a little bit far from AGAL, but in terms of recent or previous performance in different maps, they're also similar to AGAL. So here's it. From the previous day, they are similar to how AGAL's plays in the past 3 maps. Always in the middle, not so much of points, but they did perform in this day. So, and we also keep telling that the few days of rest before match day, before Battle Royale match day, is crucial for them to study, to practice, to like correct a lot of mistakes that they've done in the past. And this is what AGAL has done. Even in interview, it was evident in the result as well. PE Sports, even without interview, it seems like that's what they did as well. And they were successful, being in second place. So if AGAL, they probably sucked in Alpine and Kalahari. But yeah, it was proven in Kalahari. But hopefully in Alpine, it's not. So that they can just maintain a #1 spot. I don't want to lose hope for AGAL right now because they put so much of effort, not only for today, but also from the previous week when Team Falcons took it away from them. So I sure hope they man up, get away from, like, throw away the data that we have out the window and just work how they did it all throughout the day. But well, there's a few talks that we have, but we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, more battle will continue, so don't go away. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2025, and battle continues right now for the remaining 2 maps for today. Back on the desk, I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the one and only Sir Cloud, and we will be your casters all throughout. I know there's a lot of weight for what's going to happen right now into the next match, and apologies for the delay. There's a few issues that's being corrected and being fixed right now, and I'm pretty sure the teams are ready, and I'm sure you're all ready as well to watch the match.
Oh yeah, we can't wait as well, right? Because the last 2 games will decide who will be the number 1 at the end of the day, who will move on to the grand finals. Will it still be AGAL? Will it be another team that makes a significant comeback? Maybe it's WAG. They just scored the booyah, and now they are chasing the number 1 spot. Mathematically, it's possible. So who knows, right? It could be a surprise.
Yeah, it could be a surprise. I mean, for PE Sports though, no booyah, no problem, second place, and they're very close against AGAL. One winning condition or one formula for that winning condition would be to take down AGAL and then take that booyah, and for sure they will be on that number 1 spot by the next game, or by the end of the next game. The same goes for WAG though, because in between PE Sports and WAG, it's only 5 points. RQ is being left behind after staying in 3rd place after 3 matches, and it's just unfortunate, but 38, it's still doable. But again, same condition applies. If they want to do so, they need to deal with those on number 1 and RQ, Brave United, WAGP Sports. That should be the plan. If that is the plan, hot drops might happen.
And EVO's making a substitution, right? So I wonder what's going through their mind right now. It's probably like, okay, last 2 games, let's just throw in everything and see what happens. But of course, whatever happens, even if they don't get number 1, well, it's a good practice for them, and it's a good experimentation on their lineup and the type of play style in preparation for the upcoming matches, or maybe even tomorrow, or maybe even like last chance qualifiers, or maybe even the grand finals if they're already thinking that far, which is absolutely okay. Toda is making a change as well. Zen this time is gonna be playing, and Vidals is gonna take a break.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, if in case I meet up with Zen, I'm pretty sure you have a better chance of doing this, is to ask why 5 ends. Why?
Yeah, why?
Why is there 5 ends in his name? That's a question that I have yesterday when they were playing Clash Squad. Like, I have a few theories right now, and I want to ask it personally. But I guess I did mention that you have a better chance of asking that, but that's just one question. But I love to see him joining the fray right now for Todak. I'm pretty sure it will give an impact and probably pull them away from that last spot. But speaking of last spot, we saw the overall standings. Evo's Divine has been pushed down at the bottom. Will they be able to get away, or will they just not really stress about it because there's 4 days to happen? But the wait is over, Sir Cloud. We are now jumping into a little bit of chilly plays because this is Alpine, our next map.
EVO's Divine being at the very bottom is a weird spot for them to be in. I mean, it's EVO's that we're talking about here, but I guess well, we don't know. Maybe it's just one of those days, but whatever happens, they will still have tomorrow to play with. Now, looking at the drops, I'm just looking over at the BTR if there will be a early clash. Looks like there won't be an early clash towards the end. Maybe it's going to be AGAL and WAG again. They're very close by each other, though.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing that in this map, everyone is spread apart, like no hot drops happening. I guess I spoke too soon. GOW and RRQ. Earlier, it was heavy. Now it is GOW right now. Not quite sure who's hot dropping who, but for RRQ, hopefully they win this right now. So it gives more chance for them to like catch up on number one spot. But no offense to GOW right now, because GOW, I know they can bring in the numbers, but it's just the hunger that RRQ has to be on that number one by the end of the day.
And we have Getai here, still on the rooftop
Oh,
with Dora waiting at the bottom. On the other side, RRQ and GOW will continue on. Ika will be eliminated as 18 Deer will trade back one, taking out RIP. But the rest of GOW here coming in. 18 Deer falls. Abe falls as well. It's looking bad for RRQ right now. Ika and Mamba down. Only Ika left. But lucky enough, Ika still survives and they can reset.
yeah, they can reset. And AJAL taking advantage of that skirmish. Now Joanna right now trying to go in against Todak as Noki managed to go for a knockdown against one of the players from Burem United. Only 2 remains. And this is what we seldom see from Burem United, early engagement. And probably the reason as well why they don't want to, or they remain passive in the early parts of each match, because they want to make sure that they have all the weapons that they need to be aggressive. But speaking of aggression, GOW is not out of aggression just yet for Evo's Divine. Still at the bottom, 0 points, and they will be taken down. Now a full recovery, revive has been done by Bremen United, and also Team Flash is out of the mix. So a lot of things happening, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, including AGL right now. Trying to take advantage, being a third party against GOW. But the moment Saifa goes in, immediately gets taken out. Now we have Dew here. Is he gonna go for it still? Okay, he sees RIP right in front. And looks like Dew will want to go for it though. It's gonna be a 1v3. I don't know how much is he going to be able to get out of this, but still, he's taking this risk for himself.
Oh, let's see though. There's a lot of risk, and he got stuck in one corner. Couldn't get through that glue wall and just rip one away from Dew. For Heavy though, well, they are dealing with PE Sports, a team that doesn't want to go down that easily. They are very close and taking that number one spot, but they need to be cautious because Heavy wants it to wants a few more points as well. But Mufasa will be taken out. Let me correct myself. Mufasa wants to take that, and Nero is still a battle on the second floor.
I get the reference there. I get the reference. But PE Sports, so far they're getting the reference. 7 elimination points now for PE Sports. They really want to revive their hopes of taking that number one spot. And so far, so good. Yeah. But make that 8 eliminations now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are just in the 4th minute mark, and they've done so well. Now, Heavy, though, managed to get away. Hit list is on Allen. So both of the teams will have information on where their location is in the map. But looking into our sidebar, 8 elimination from PE Sports, GOW 5 elimination as well. And those losing out are those who we are expecting to be on the top spot. For RRQ right now, they did manage to spot Virtus Pro, and VP doesn't want to lose in this fight as well. But Ikal, with that coda, if that would be popped as well, that would be used, they would get information as to the position of Virtus Pro. But GOW is in the mix right now, so let's see if RRQ will just wait and see how this turned out.
And RRQ on the other side. Oh! Wow. He had the first shot, but immediately countered and now taken out. And now we're only 3 players. RRQ will need to hold their ground, and plus GOW is on the other side too. I wonder if RRQ knows about that. But they surely know that VP is in front. Instead, it's going to be GOW making the execution first.
Yeah, I believe Ikal or 18 Deer spots GOW even before they got close in this assault bunker. Now, GOW can do a number on VP right now, and then timing is what RQ needs to be able to capitalize on all the chaos that's happening on the ground. And hopefully as well, no contention, no fourth party would be coming in, because that would be a loss in terms of their survival. And there you have it. For both sides, GOW pulls away a launch pad and managed to put away or get away from this area. Now it's RQ dealing with BP right now, and no takedown just yet.
Dancing around, playing ring around the rosy. It's going to be RRQ, but RRQ, one by one, taken out. Ikal, 18 Dira, Mal has to build this, and he will be the one to try to revive his teammates. Abe, where is he? We don't see him on screen, but we'll check on him later because right now it's going to be Buriram chasing the points. And Heavy in front of them. Don't cry. He could be crying after this with Buriram chasing him down.
Yep, there goes Don't Cry. Even Mufasa has been taken out as well. I love when AJ started that. Now it's, I'm doing it. But, well, for Brave United, it's good on them that they are surviving, not really going down that easily. And even the trip mine was averted by Moshi, but a shot from Heavy made that Kabi, who has just been subbed in, is now putting a number against Brave United. So they put in that trip mine into that platform, that launch pad, and then once the shot has been done, Heavy was just waiting for them to make that mistake, to make that move. But let's see it on the other side. Demon being taken out by numbers of Virtus Pro, and onto the edge of the circle they will stay unless Hans will be chased, and it seems like Diamond is doing just that.
He's shining bright. Trying to locate Hans. And the chase is still going on. Okay, Hans stop. Okay, here we go. It's going to be a 1v... it's not a 1v1. It's a 1v4 fight. But only Diamond is needed though. And that's going to be another elimination. GOW. Just as when they seem to be on course. But they have been eliminated here at number 10.
Yeah, I mean, that Aurora Vision coming from Diamond was a game changer. He knows specifically where they are. But for Kabi, they couldn't find where Kabi is. That's 2 takedowns already that Heavy has done against Brave United. And another one from Mufasa. Now, get high. We'll try to go for the rescue or probably just get away. Shots on him. And he will survive. Now, on the other side, we have AGAL going against BTR. Onto the edge of the circle they go, but a gatekeep is being done by 2 players from AGAL. If Team SR survives this, or probably wins this battle against Joel, then there's a huge chance that BTR would be pinched and taken out.
Ooh, okay. Team SR, now they have tagged the blue as well, so that's definitely not helping. But here we have WAG with PE Esports in the fight as Banbo tries to go around. But then again, he can't get his target. Unfortunately, WAG eliminated. Again, another team that we thought that, okay, maybe a significant comeback, but they're out. But that also means that PE Sports right now, 12 eliminations in hand.
They just denied WAG from catching up against them or catching up on them. And they secure, or they're slowly securing, a chance to be that number 1, but Todak is still on the way. PE Sports 12 elimination, yes, that is a number. But if they don't survive, if they don't get the booyah, that would be for nothing. So they need to deal with PE Sports right now, but unfortunately BTR has been eliminated and numbers are trickling down. I'm not just talking about teams, but also players from across the board. Brave United and Heavy is in trouble now. PE Sports LVT spots traps, and they are now paying for what they did to PE Sports, knocking into their doors and ringing their doorbell and then running away. Don't prank PE Sports, otherwise you'll be going down.
Oof. PE Sports right now, look at this, Neptune. 16 eliminations already. But the fact that AGAL is still in the game and they also have like 7 eliminations, so they will still need to do a lot of work, but it also depends on how AGAL will perform. Now we have Cypher here on screen against RRQ. Cypher gets 1, Cypher gets 2! Beautifully executed with a P90 by Cypher!
Well, Cypher, a little bit too late, but better late than never for Cypher and the rest of AGAL, and Ikal will follow suit with that Bison coming from Barrows. 10 elimination from AGAL. Not bad at all, not too shabby at all. As we can see, a chase on the number 1 spot being done in this specific map. 10 points for AJAL, 16 points for PE Sports. It's just a matter of booyah, but AJAL will still lead the game unless PE Sports bring in significant number or take out the remaining players from RQ, Buriram, Heavy, and Virtus Pro, which I would say would be tough if they can clear out the board without giving anything to AJAL.
Well, a key condition is AGAL needs to get eliminated. So it's looking hard because this round it seems like AGAL, they're back. Already 10 eliminations in the pocket. But now it's going to be Mal on the outer side, tanking the blue, at the same time being monitored by Virtus Pro. But speaking about AGAL, now their next challenger has arrived. It's going to be Buriram United.
Oh, let's see now. This is the true test for Saipa right now. If Saifa can lead the fray against Buriram United and win this fight, then this will test the caliber of AGAL right now. Great flank, great chase down, making sure that everyone is still on point. It's ring around the rosy. No one is letting go of position. Do on the high ground, and even Wasana have no opening. Now, let's see. Wasana against Du. Up close and personal, this is not the factor that Du would be winning, but with Barros in the fray, they might be able to do it. Wasana managed to go for the takedown. Oh, that was Moshi from the back end. And AGAL, I believe they've taken down Buriram United in that engagement. And 14 elimination already with 4 teams remaining.
Oh my goodness, what does it take to stop AGAL right now? As much as PE Sports is doing in this round, but still, because AGAL, they're alive and they're still bringing in those elimination points, PE Sports, they're still not able to catch up. But now, we have a long range by Exposy, but Exposy, he has to move as well. Heavy still in front of them, being the gatekeepers against Virtus Pro. But it's only Nameless and Exposy. They don't have the numbers.
Oh, no.
It's going to be rather difficult. Nameless in front, and here comes the blue again.
Well, Virtus Pro, very unfortunate. Heavy has the advantage in terms of position, and Virtus Pro would be taken now with the help of the blue. Now, PE Sports, AGAL, top of the board, still in that battle for that booyah. And who's in contention? It would be Heavy. So if Heavy shows up, similar to what we are seeing from Barros right now, taking shots against Heavy, then they would be the game changer. The team that might give a one-up on either side. So let's see if Heavy can be that distraction, or probably they can just win this against them and they will still be as it is.
And PE Sports is also still in the game, giving themselves some hope to catch number 1. But again, the problem is now AGAL that's still alive. If AGAL scores this booyah, then the last game might not matter depending on how the point gap is. But now the circle does favor PE Sports. The pressure will be on to AGAL to push through. Heavy, still with the same strategy of just staying away from fights and just monitor the situation. Perhaps they'll come in as a third party once the fight erupts later on.
Oh, let's see though. I mean, they're quite in the open. One tower to work with, one monster truck to hide away with, and yeah, they are a little bit safe. Now trying to target AGAL from behind this compound, while PE Sports has their eyes on them as well. Heavy is in a tough spot, but AGAL, what they need to do right now is put that pressure on PE Sports. But I don't think they are in a position to do that, because PE Sports is on the second floor, AGAL on the rooftop, and all sides are on Heavy. So it's tough though if to say if Heavy will be surviving this fight.
Yeah, now because of how the shift is happening, it's gonna be kind of hard. Even though they want to stay away, but they will be forced to move as well. But I guess they have a little bit of space there to move and not be involved in this fight. And they're also hoping for AGAL and PE Sports to just fight so that Heavy has that space.
that's a lot of hopes right now being thrown. And speaking of thrown, utilities being thrown onto Heavy. Now, let's see though. I mean, Heavy is doing quite a great job. Zoo is already out of the picture. So there's a huge potential that Snipes would not be that strong. But Sypha already in the ground floor, Groza in hand, Nero peeks in, pulls out that glue wall, and it gives them an opening. Now, if PE Sports can head straight to Heavy, probably take advantage of that, pull out several glue walls that they do have, then that might be the game changer for them. But no, they are rotating with AGAL. Barros in front, Sypha with that cord taking down all those glue walls, and there goes as quickly as that. PE Sports will be eliminated. Only 2 remains. And Valiant Dash by Mufasa. Team SR will be taken down. Heavy right now. Potentially for that booyah. And they did.
And Heavy scored that one, denying away the booyah from AGAL. But then again, AGAL, second place with a good amount of eliminations. Surely they will still be at number 1. PE Sports, how much have they done to close that gap to make the last game matter? That will be the biggest question now.
Definitely a biggest question indeed. And this is what I'm talking about. Heavy stayed, like fortified themselves just to make sure that they don't go down. In the moment that the blue close in on PE as well as AGAL, that is an advantage that they have. And they did. And I'm loving this storyline. The only question though did PE Sports do so much to close the gap between them and AGAL, or is it still a tie from that game, and AGAL is still in number 1?
Yeah, I don't know, man, because PE Sports, they got a lot of eliminations as well.
Yeah.
I believe it's more eliminations than AGAL. So the final number, I'm not too sure right now. But again, reflecting on the fact that AGAL, they've created that gap, I believe that should still be at number 1. But my bigger question is that, would the last game matter for maybe PE Sports or any other team potentially catch up onto AGAL?
Yeah, the same condition remains. If PE Sports wants to get the number 1 spot, they need to take down AGAL early. And it's not easy. We've seen a lot of teams do it. Even Bermuda United tried to do it. Not quite sure if what's happening with BRU right now. I'm hoping that they are just using this as a platform to learn more of the tactics of the other team or practice their own different play style, because it seems like they are down in the dumps for Bermuda United. Yes, they put so much of effort in surviving, but not so much really to win that fight or those fights and grab that booyah. But I'm not trashing on anyone. I just want the teams to perform as if this is Grand Finals Day. And who's doing that? AGAL, PE Sports, even Heavy managed to do that in that final match.
Yeah, I could totally understand your sentiment, right? Because like the names that you mentioned, like Buriram especially, and I'm sure a lot of the fans are also wondering what's happening with Buriram as well, because we've seen the best of Buriram. I personally, I do like Buriram as well. I have a Buriram jersey sitting at home somewhere, and for Buriram to not being able to show the best of their performance, I'm also baffled. But then again, there's still a lot of games to come, right? As in like tomorrow and maybe even next week if it's needed. So, and you also pointed out a good point that we've seen Buriram like showing up like later when it truly matters and just gain a lot of points and just perform very well. Maybe this is that kind of Buriram now.
Let's see though, because it might be a little bit too late, especially in this part of the day. But let's not take it away from Heavy right now. Their MVP is Kabi, and if I'm not mistaken, he was just subbed in for this specific map, and they managed to grab that booyah. So he might be that game changer. He is the man who has a plan and brought in that booyah for the team. And they did it well against 2 top dogs for this day, PE Sports and AJAL, targeting them from one side, they managed to survive with only one monster truck in between them.
Yeah, that one monster truck, right? That was the significant game changer towards the very end. But also the game changer is, besides Cabby, it's also his other teammates. Of course, Don't Cry. We did see him perform well in this round. Same goes for, how do you say it again? Okay, I need a few practice sessions there. But yeah, the king of the jungle, Mufasa himself, did show up a lot on our screens, and he did put on a good show.
Yeah, I did. It did put on a good show. And I love how Mufasa really is. He's most of the time being in the front lines of the team. He's a clutch maker. He's a playmaker as well, especially when a knockdown is happening. And this is why he is using that Valiant Dash or Oscar together with Don't Cry. So they are the front runner. And then Alan would be in there in the middle, supporting them if in case they need to with a time turner. But who did it well in terms of numbers? It was Kabi with that Riptide Rhythm, the sniper, the usual sniper build, and I'm loving how they're performing, especially in this map. But the scores close between AJAL and PE Sports, so that only means that there's no pulling away from that lead. PE Sports still have to double their effort right now to catch up against AJAL, but let's not take it away from Heavy. I mean, decent performance from them, despite of having a rough battle from the early parts of this day. If I'm not mistaken, they were taken out from Nexterra. That was the first map, and then they tried to catch up in placement point, and now they grab that booyah.
Yeah, speaking about rough, it's EVOS and Team Flash, no points collected at all for this round. And here's the overalls. Okay. So now, how big of a gap here between AGL and PE Sports? It is 25 points. Ooh, actually 25 points. It's still doable for PE Sports in the final round with the condition that AGAL doesn't gain much.
Exactly.
It's a wishful thinking, right? But mathematically, it's possible.
It is. I mean, what PE Sports needs to hope for is AJAL will be taken out early. Like, no points at all, and then they grab Booyah, significant amount of elimination, and they are doing it. Like, they're number 2 without any Booyahs, and those following them is Heavy, WAG, and RRQ. But I'm loving that red and yellow star on the top of the board because it's similar to what we've seen in the previous day, and this shows that Vietnam is really showing up day after day. Their tactics are changing. You did mention PE Sports as your prediction, and they are here. They are on the board, on the top 3. I had AJAL, they're in the top 3. You have WAG, they are in top 4. So, I mean, I'm loving this storyline right now for both these teams, but, well, AJAL more hungry, especially with the denial from last week. They don't want to deal with that river in Egypt anymore. They want to take that number 1 spot.
All right, even if it goes to a tiebreaker, right? The tiebreaker surely will favor AGAL. Well, unless if we're talking about like the next team, like let's say Heavy, for example, scoring that many points, which I think is mathematically impossible. PE Sports, they haven't scored a Booyah yet, so even if they score the same amount of points by the end of this round with AGAL, the tiebreaker would still favor AGAL, so I don't think they're too worried about tiebreaker this time.
Well, it looks like it. I mean, if they have 1 Booyah, 2 Booyahs already being taken by AGAL, that's already up the board. Unless they, I mean, if it's a tie, then we deal with tiebreaker. But if it's a lead, I mean, a decent lead, then no need to think about it. Like, they can be not getting that Booyah, and it would be Evo's Divine. Imagine Evo's Divine grabbing the Booyah with not so much of points, and then PE Sports gathered 26 points without getting any Booyah, and then AJAL was stuck, eliminated early. PE Sports would still be the winner. They would still be that number 1 spot. So I would love to see that storyline because most of the time, if I'm not mistaken, every time those in number 1 gets a booyah at least once. But it's rare that we see being won by the end of the day without any booyah. And that is a good storyline for PE Sports.
Yeah, that is super duper rare for that to happen, right? And if it does, it's a Cinderella story. But of course, it's just one stage of this entire tournament. It's not like the grand finals yet, but yeah, I mean that kind of story. I'll take it any other day. Also want to point out this side quest that we had earlier today, right? Like we had to put out like 3 teams that we predict might do well today. You had AGAL, I didn't have it. But I had PE and you didn't, so I know. Just saying.
It's a tie.
Yep.
It's a tie, but you do have WAG closing in, so that's one for me. But and then both of us has RQ. So
well, you had WAG.
Yeah, I had WAG. So if they close in, that'll be 2 for 1. 2 for 1 on AJLP Esports. So I'm just saying. I don't want to go in this like I don't want to go in this battle of who's who. I want to see them to go in the battle of who's who, because it might not look close, but the potential is there. It might not look close between AJL and PE Sports, but the potential is there. Especially we've seen one weakness from this specific day from AGAL, and that was Kalahari. And we're not going back to that. We're going to Purgatory. But if that happens again, then that would be the saving grace for PE Sports.
Ooh, okay. So this is where I want to dig into the stats, right? The crystal ball of stats. What does it tell us? Like, especially for the teams at the top, like between AGL and PE.
Well, PE Sports is in the middle of the leaderboard in terms of Purgatory, 9th to be exact. And for AGAL, it is 6th for them overall. But AGAL has 2 booyahs in Purgatory, but unfortunately they were inconsistent. For PE Sports, they were stuck there because not only inconsistency, but they didn't really perform that well. And one reason why I pointed out Evos for taking the booyah because they're number 1 in this specific map. But let's take a look at the team performance from AGAL. Saifa leading the fray. Most of them, all 30. I know, guys, let's give it to Chinoy. He only subbed in, if I'm not mistaken, for 1 game. But looking at how balanced it is for these teams, close to 50, close to 40, close to 50 for Saifa, close to 50, 40 for 2, and it's just the 30s all around other than Chinoy. This is showing AGAL has done so much in, 4 days? Including days that they were playing Clash Squad, and they've improved as well. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Last week was their improvement. This just carry on.
True. They started off like the first day last week, somewhere down there, and then it's like they came close, and then today it's like they're up there. Well, let's see if they can actually wrap things up. Or will we see an incredible comeback by PE Sports here as we head on to our final game for today. Let's go, Purgatory!
Let's see if neither heaven nor hell can save both teams in the top 2 in this map. The flight path is a little skewed, and probably this is why this is named Purgatory, because there's a lot of challenges for the team, and most skewed flight path is happening in this specific map. But it doesn't matter because it's not that much, or it doesn't force the team as well to drop in the same spot. It's just them deciding to drop in the same spot, and it is the Team Flash as well as Evos who might start it off. The same goes with RQ and Heavy in Central.
And RQ, Heavy, this will be an interesting one though. Might not be the biggest impact on our overall chart, but still, an early fight for RRQ to see if they can return back the momentum in preparation for tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, RRQ, there's, I mean, a long run for them. More than 50 points, if in case they want to catch up. 58 to be exact. And that is a long run. And you did mention in preparation for tomorrow. So hopefully they don't give up. But on the other side, Evo's Divine, well, I did mention Evo's top the board in this specific map. And despite of their performance for other maps, I sure hope they are not letting go of that engagement. But RQ going in rush, double vector. Alan for the shot before the minigun turns on him. And a Bay right now might be following suit on Don't Cry as well. And I'm loving how aggressive RQ right now is against Heavy, despite of Heavy getting a booyah earlier.
Oh, but now they're on a chase. Don't Cry. I don't know if he'll be able to get away from this. Abe, not only Abe is behind him, but the rest of RQ as well. But on the minimap, GOW is coming in. But we're going to focus on the Don't Cry right now. 1v3. And Don't Cry looks like he will be crying back into the lobby. But it doesn't matter. They'll be playing still again tomorrow. And it will be a rest night for him.
Yeah, I mean, well, an easy night. Because they did have a booyah. But for RQ right now, all the pressure being brought in by GOW. Abe with that valiant dash, but no knockback. And a quick turnaround being done by Rip. Rip throws a grenade, but in the wrong position. 18 Deer still not pick up Abe with a double vector. And there goes the takedown. 70 HP remaining, but he will be gunned down with M590 of Demon. Now, Ekal will be forced to go for a long flank. And physics is denied at this point in what RQ Ekal is doing right now. But as long as they are surviving and can bring back the rest of the teams, that's all good.
Oh. I think PE Esports is in a fight. Okay, probably we'll get a visual later on because right now it's going to be Virtus Pro. Player of Dota just right below. That's going to be Noki. He's all alone here. And Noki tries to fight back. He almost got Diamond. But Nameless shows up on the other side, and that is going to be Thorak eliminated. Only 1 point this round.
RRQ being taken down as well. And as quickly as that, we have 3 teams out. PE Esports, you did mention, 2 of them has gone down already, and it is BTR who brought those elimination against them. Now, BTR 4 elimination already. PE Sports slowly reviving, recovering their teammates. It's Lao Ho to thank for that, but they're not out of the woods just yet because I believe they are in the visual or same vicinity where BTR is, and this will spell trouble for PE Sports. So what they need to do is move far, far away. But Nick says, no, wherever you drop, I will be there chasing. And he sees them, goes for the valiant dash, but unfortunately that the bottom of the crane stop him. And it is Dix who goes down from the hands of Nolan with M590. Kyong, P90 shots, all headshots, and PE Sports in trouble once again.
Oh, if PE Sports, they get totally eliminated now. AGAL will be the one to get the ticket into the grand finals for sure. But still, PE Sports, there's 2 players left. But now going to focus on to Buriram United. They're going to rush in onto WAG. Surrounding WAG. WAG will need to take this fight. They cannot escape it. As Joanna now waiting for these other teammates to come follow up and waiting for the right moment to execute their plan. They're finding another angle. Looking at the other door, and that's Tikui showing himself.
Let's see though, Tikui on the flank. Still goes back because Wasana is putting pressure on him. Managed to get away into the corner, and well, this will be detrimental, but Tikui still gunned down despite of distance, and Get High and Moshi will be taken out as well with a trip mine. Wasana doing the deed, eliminating WAG, and the pickup has been done. And that is thanks to Wasana with a 3K, followed by Jonah as well. Jonah Shark doing the job done.
I like that one. It's been a while since I heard that.
I mean, I have a baby, so I hear them time.
Okay. It's a daddy thing.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is that right now on the minimap, we see both PE Sports and also AGAL. Now, one player from AGAL gunned down, and it's going to be Cypher. Oh, okay. This might give a little bit of hope to PE Sports.
Well, let's see though, and we're not seeing where the other guy is going as well, or the other surviving member. But as I say that, Team SR has been taken down. Now, all they have to do is pray and hope that PE Sports doesn't catch up onto them. And this is where it happens. PE Sports already doing a number against BTR, a team that potentially had taken AGAL out. And, well, the hunt is on. Joel is back, and Team Flash is also joining the picture, so a chance that PE Sports can be taken out unless they are that aggressive.
And they will be that aggressive against BTR. So far, so good for PE Sports, but Nolan now down on the ground and might be eliminated. But Nolan is back up, so don't worry about that. But we also have Team Flash here. BTR still around the corner with Kyung, gunned down by Lao Ho from afar.
Oh my goodness. This is 8 potential points if BTR would have been taken down, as well as Team Flash for PE Sports. But on the other side, Coach Heel, M1887 against Brim United. Get Hido responds quite well with an AC80, and they still survive with 3 players. Now, from the high ground, shots being done by Brim United. Now, back into PE Sports and Team Flash. LPT, shots onto ABCD, but a quick turnaround being done by Shin with a Trogon, and Nero responds as well. And Nero still on a roll with that double knockdown.
And here comes the jump shot by Nero. Beautifully executed, saving his teammate at the same time. It's not out of it yet, because there's a member of Team Flash around the corner. But PE Sports now 9 eliminations. We're starting to count now. There could be a chance for PE Sports.
Oh, let's see now. It is getting close. 25 points, 26 points, and Lao Ho, despite the sniper, he can time that well. And if it doesn't, there's still backup on the other side for PE Sports. Now, 10 eliminations, so they are 16 points away in tying with up with AGAL, I believe, or 14 points away. Now, let's see though if this is something they can do. They need to be cautious right now because a lot of teams are showing up as well. Virtus Pro jumping into the next phase of the circle, but they will be jumping in between BTR.
And AGL, they have 1 elimination but no placement points. Let's not forget PE Sports starting to rack in the placement points as well. So they're putting themselves in a very good position right now to be the surprise team. Oh my goodness. Imagine the heartbreak for AGAL. But then again, it also depends on how many bodies are still on the ground too. Now with Virtus Pro against BTR, let's see, will they eliminate each other and lowering the total number that's still in the game?
Yeah, I mean, that would be something that would turn things around. As long as they can, they will be denied of those elimination, then PE Sports might not be able to catch up. But it is getting too close for comfort. If PE Sports grab the Booyah, definitely they will be the #1 spot, because you won't be ending in that final circle without getting elimination. Plus additional 12 points would help you a lot. It's just unfortunate, AGAL, only 1 point in this game. Placement did also help to bring them to 117 from 113, but it's still low, and it's too close for comfort for AGAL. Now, we'll have to see Brim United jumping in front of EVOS, and I think EVOS has seen them as well. Jonah in the lead, great rotation. It's a ring around the rosy on the bridge at this point. And Jonah not looking in the left might have been, but missed that timing and didn't see ABAX. Now he does, and he's cautious to far back.
On EVOS, they're not really that interested to take that fight on the outside of the circle since the blue is closing. So they play on the inner side instead. But there's one player from BTR. It's going to be Joel on the other side. But it's only one player, so it's not going to be a big impact to EVOS. In fact, I'm not sure if Joel wants to show himself, but nevertheless, it's EVOS that found him. And there goes Joel.
Joel. Well, he was left alone in there, and EVOS needs this spot. And most of the time in Purgatory, once you drop in just river, those small docks, most of the time is the saving grace for everyone. And EVOS Divine knows that story. And now they are taking this one. But for BTR, they're not out of this game just yet. Quick recovery, and they take the other side into that assault bunker that might have been guarded, or that might be guarded by PE Sports. But Brave United launch pad just in time to get away from Virtus Pro, and Virtus Pro standing in front of EVOS Divine. Now, getting too close, Nameless and Waranya. But they're also receiving damage, and this might be trouble that gives a chance for EVOS Divine to win this fight.
And the circle shifted towards PE Sports. But now the focus is on the EVOS. Coachelle will go down. On the rooftop, it's going to Rasia. Rasia sees Exposing on the other side. There's a shot. Coachelle now resetting himself. While the rest of EVOS, they need to figure out how they're going to get away from this situation. Abex goes down. No longer Rasia on top of this building. It's going to be Aimgod, the final player of EVOS right now against Virtus Pro. Going to be a tall order for him as Virtus Pro comes in, takes out the final player of EVOS, eliminating them at number 6.
Yep. They knocked on the door and they broke the house down. Now, Virtus Pro right now is not over. They are not done. The Blues closing in, and they will be forced to run into GOW. We've seen them play this. They will be taking the second round, especially if they have information that's only, or the ground floor rather, if they only have information that that second floor is taken by GOW. And Exposé right now with a great shot onto Hans, but unfortunately no takedown. And Nix M249 managed to take down Exposé from afar. And this is across that area.
Oh, bodies dropping like flies right now. From the side as well, Buriram United now coming in. GOW in front of them with the blue putting pressure onto Virtus Pro. Here comes Buriram United looking for more targets. And Buriram United, the moment they shot, Wasada gets Diamond. Looking for their next aim right now. And they see one on the outside. But at the same time, they have to manage the Blues putting pressure onto them. But at least the circle shifted towards their Buriram United side. But the fight's not over yet. Here is GOW.
Yeah, GOW in the mix right now, and let's see, Buriram United managed to recover as well, despite of a close battle. PE Sports, elimination, but they've lost Nero, and LBT trying to survive against BTR. This might be the denial that AGAL has been waiting for, but Dix has been taken down. Only Koja remains on this side of the map against PE Sports, and there goes a takedown by GOW against BTR, stolen, and BTR being wiped out. PE Sports, there's still a chance for them to grab that booyah. They are 12 points already, 12 points in, plus the placement. But who's in front of them? Who is gatekeeping them from doing so? It's Buriram United and GOW. And this looks familiar though, Sir Cloud. Similar to what Heavy did earlier. Same position where PE Sports is.
We just need a monster truck right now.
Oh yeah.
And the monster truck comes in, then we know. But patience now by PE Sports, right? They're just waiting at the side. Just waiting for them to make their move, but this time Buriram is going to put a little bit of attention towards PE Sports, but they have not forgotten about GOW. But the next shift, this shift definitely will push the two teams out of this compound, but they're trying to clear out PE Sports.
It seems like they are slowly chipping away on PE Sports, and Moshi's doing the job. Jonah right there, Lobs a Glade onto GOW, managed to knock them down, resources being wasted. Now the shift would be heading to PE Sports. The only question though is, will PE Sports move away? Because that will be an opening for Bermuda United to shut them down. The same goes with the flank of GOW. So there's no moving for PE Sports. They need to face two teams at the same time unless GOW goes for BRU first.
Oh, but looks like no. Those two teams, they're breaking up. And they're probably going to focus onto PE Sports now.
Oh no.
As they try to move into the circle. Now PE Sports defending their ground. Look at what sort of tight space do they have or do they not have. With PE Sports, now Buriram, they're going to make their first move, but the blue is going to put pressure on the GOW. Akoy gets taken out by Moshi.
Yeah, one thing that worries me for PE Sports right now is a nade coming from Joanna. Now, Moshi managed to take down Hans. Rip, the only one remaining, and he might be taken down as well in a moment. Get High already in lead together with Masana, and they go for the flank. If PE Sports has plenty of glue walls and can wait until the closing of the circle, and this might be their saving grace. Otherwise, Bermuda United might prevent them from getting that #1 spot. But at the end of the day, there goes the breakout from that assault bunker. PE Sports managed to win out against Get High and Moshi. Only Lauho remains. LBT has been knocked down, and there's still 3 players from Bermuda United that needs to be dealt with, and PE Sports denied in the booyah. Bermuda United gets it. The only question is, will AGAL stay on #1?
Oh man, I don't know by now, man. Like, there's too many numbers in my head at this moment. Did PE Sports do enough? Oh man, is it another heartbreaking week or heartbreaking day for AGAL? I don't know, man. Man, the numbers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's tough though. It's tough to call. I want to see the number of PE Sports. We didn't get that in that final moment, but probably in highlight later on. But Bermuda United, finally a booyah coming from this team, probably have saved AGAL from going for another day of knockout. That's just probably. There's a slim chance that it happens, but PE Sports 10 elimination from that fight or before that fight, and they did put a number on GOW, and they still have placement points. So it might be very close. The only question is how close, or did they manage to get that #1 spot?
Oh man, there's that possibility. That's that possibility that if PE Sports scored the booyah at the very end, they would have done enough. If they didn't score the booyah, then it wasn't enough. So I don't know, man. Oh man, could it have been Buriram actually saving AGAL? Oh man, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not intentional because they were struggling so much, and at this point for Bermuda United, they tried their best. Close range, even at close range, they fail in some instance. They lose out some battles, and it just so happened that the position that they have, especially in the lower ground against GOW, they're not pulling away, and there's no window that GOW has to work with to shoot them down. So their focus would be on PE Sports. And the moment that the blue closes in, they just went for a long flank, and GOW also went at the same time. So PE Sports like focus has been split, and that's where Bermuda United took advantage. The only question remains, the same question remains though, is it enough? Had PE Sports done enough, or are they in the same spot where AGAL won last week?
Oh, it's so hard, right? I mean, probably check out the highlights, right? Trying to get myself together now. Okay, it could have been an alternate universe. Imagine like that compound fight, right? Like it's between GOW and also Buriram United. Like they started the fight first, just like how we saw in the previous round. Like those two teams, they fight, and then Heavy comes in towards the later stages. They had a monster truck to protect them to move a little bit forward. If that kind of scenario happened between Heavy and also Buriram United, then it's going to be a totally different story. So I don't know, man. There's like so many timelines now in my head.
Well, let's see though. As we go in for MVP, it would be the one and only Moshi, the sniper of the team. Wearing the Skyler, Moko, Suzy, and Maro. And with 6 elimination, 4,178 on damage, and 9 knockdowns. I mean, he's also one of the reason why PE Sports didn't push so well or didn't get away from that tree cover. It's because he's putting that much pressure while the rest of the teams are dealing with GOW. So MVP was the sniper. So I guess with a head-to-head earlier, he still won up against Rasia from Evo's Divine. But in a bit, we're going to see the numbers that has been brought in by the entire team. Now, I guess this is something that would not surprise everyone. This is what we have been asking for all throughout the day from Bermuda United. Eliminations like this, how many is this? 16 points. 16 elimination. And the damage is significant as well. Look at those assists. This is what we were asking for Bermuda United, but it just didn't show from the early parts of this day.
Yeah, if only they started the day with this sort of performance and these sort of stats, right? Then it might be a very different day for Buriram United. And I know the fans are very concerned about Buriram United's performance, but at least they end the day with a booyah, right? So they're going to restart their day again tomorrow. And what we have learned from AGL, at least from last week, they were on the rise. They had a good second day last week, and then they carried forward their performance here to this week. So maybe this could be the same case for Buriram United for tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I mean, I'm looking forward to a little bit of twist in that storyline, and I want to hear them in an interview as well. I want them to grab at least 2 booyahs in either one half of the day. But as we go into the points right now, earlier we were calculating 25 points is needed by PE Sports, and they got 22 points. So they were 3 short from original target. And AGAL still managed to get 4 points. So this only means that AGAL is still number 1, denying PE Sports of going to the grand finals.
Oh man. That is insane. Insane. Here you go. Oh, it's quite significant. It's still by 7 points between AGL and PE Sports. So whether they got the booyah at the end, it wasn't enough points anyway.
Wait. If they grab that booyah, it would be an additional 3 or 4 points. So it's not enough. It's not. But if they grab that booyah, they have eliminations as well. I'm pretty sure of that. So how many? That would depend. But with this, it's not only going into grand finals that AGL has done. They have broken the record of the scores for the top team or top team of the day. Because so far, the highest that we've seen was Twisted Mind with 108, followed by Team Falcons with 107 from day number 2. But they broke both of that, and they grabbed 117 in one day. And double booyah, the double 30, really made a difference.
Now, is that a sign of what's to come in the grand finals? Something a food for thought, right? But we're going to check out who our best predators this round. And Cypher as our top predator, 24 eliminations, 13,810 damage. Followed by Nero from PE Sports with 20 eliminations, Faros with 19, and Team SR 18, and Abe with 17. So 3 representatives from AGAL up here. It just shows the level of dominance that they have with the amount of eliminations that they've collected. So congratulations to AGAL as our team of the day.
Yep, denied from the previous week. Now they're stepping in. But I was looking at the scores as well, the leaderboard for today. And remember, we have something on the sideline for all the teams. the race for the placement point. Oh, AJ, you have that. You have the jersey. All right. Okay. That's something to be proud of. That's something I don't have. So congratulations to both you and AJL. That was the magic, the Sir Cloud magic. But anyways, going back to my point, we have a race for placement point, and looking at the scores, it seems like PE Sports had that. So PE Sports is safe from doing the 10 squads, despite of them not getting that #1 spot.
True. So, who is it again that will be punished? Have to check back again.
So, well, we'll have to see though, because from the opening, not quite sure. It says the loser. The only question is this like everyone else, or is this just one team?
Or is it that one team that has the least placement points? If it's that one team with the least placement points, and I'm just looking at the numbers, it would be Todak.
Todak, yeah. Todak, Todak, EVOS, and GOW. Well, we'll have to see that. We'll have to see in a bit. But again, well, congratulations to AJL for proceeding to grand finals. I'm pretty sure after what happened from last week, it's already done and dusted. But what I'm hoping for is, despite of the rest before grand finals, they continue this approach for them. So we're going to go for an interview, and I believe this would be with AJL, if not like the winners of our side quest or our LBS. So whoever it is, we would be seeing them in a bit. And also for fans out there, thank you very much for hanging with us, me and Sir Cloud, because it might have been a long day because of a lot of delays, but this is totally worth it, Sir Cloud. The storyline that has been brought in, it's totally worth it. AJL, that denial from last week has been a comeback for them this week.
Yep, and it almost became a Cinderella story or major comeback for PE Sports, but it is what it is. Anyway, all the fans out there, don't worry. You will still be seeing PE Sports and all these amazing teams again tomorrow, together with another additional new team. But we'll be checking out the interview together with probably a representative from AJL. So take it away.
Hello Survivor, welcome to the interview section. And first of all, congratulations to All Gamers Global to get into the grand final. And now I'm here with Barots and Team SR. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ So now, how do you feel that you get into the grand final? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่ได้เข้า grand final แล้ว
ก็ตื่นเต้นครับ
ใครเราเล่นพลาดเขาเป็นไงรู้ดีใจไหมได้เข้าแต่เกือบไปเหมือนกัน So he feel excited, and about the last map they got a lot of mistakes, so that's why their placement is not that good, because they got around like 10 or 11 placement. But yeah, now they get into the grand final. But we have to ask, because the first 3 maps they did such a great performance, but the last 3 maps the placement is not good, and about the elimination also. So I want to ask what happened in the last 3 map. อยากรู้ว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นบ้างคะใน3แมปสุดท้ายเพราะว่า3แมปแรกเราทำออกมาได้ดีมากแต่3แมปหลังเนี่ยจบค่อนข้างไวแล้วก็อีริมเนี่ยแทบจะได้น้อยมากๆเลย
ก็เกมทะเลทรายพลาดครับเปิดเช็คไม่เห็นตัวข้างบนก็เลยโดนดักเปิดครับแล้วก็ออกไปรีไม่ได้ส่วนเกมสุดท้ายก็ตอนพี่ดิวตายก็บอกให้ไปตู้ครับแต่ว่าเพื่อนคิดผิดว่าไปตู้คลังแสงครับไม่ใช่ตู้ชุบเลยโดน
ก็คือตอนแมปทะเลทรายเราโดนก่อน
ใช่ครับ
แล้วเราก็รีเซ็ตไม่ทัน
ใช่
ส่วนแมปสุดท้ายก็คือเกิดการเข้าใจผิดกันเกิดขึ้นกับคำว่าตู้คนละตู้ Okay, so about the 5th map, they have been the first target from the opponent. So when they got shot, they cannot reset. So that's why their placement is not that good. And about the last map, so it's gonna be some wrong communication. So the word "tu" in Thai can mean a lot of things because it can mean how do I say, the arsenal or the machine that can rescue your team. So that time Bara say, "Can you go to tu?" That tu that's mean the arsenal, but ตอนนั้นใครนะที่คิดผิด
สายฟ้า
สายฟ้า got the wrong idea, so he go to another things that is not the same meaning that bot said, so that's why they got crashed out and then the placement is what you saw. But yeah, they got into the grand final. So the last question, do you have anything to say to your fans? มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆไหมครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ต่อไปด้วยครับ จะทำให้ดีก็เดิมครับเอาแชมป์ให้ประเทศไทยครับ
So fans, please keep supporting us. We will be better and better, and of course, we're gonna get champion for Thailand. Alright, this is the end of the interview session. Thank you for watching us, and we will get back to our caster. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Morphin, as well as AGAL. And I love that part. I love that bit. I didn't understand what specific word was it, but it technically is just miscommunication. That's why they didn't survive in that final moment. But well, it is what it is. I couldn't say it's luck because they did make their luck in the early parts of that day. And the reason as well why, despite of I'm not doing so much in the second half of the day, they're still interviewed. They were interviewed earlier, they were interviewed today because they just did so well. First half was, 80 points already. And they beat the board in terms of performance per day. So AGAL, they're on a roll right now.
Hey, like what you said, right? They doubled down on maps or games that they felt good. And they doubled down in the first half, especially the two games that they scored the Booyah. And that kind of carried them throughout the entire day. If you kind of think about it, yeah, there was that one round that they didn't really perform, and there was that other round that they did okay, but it was setting themselves up for to retain that number one spot. And because of that, now they can take a break. Yeah, they will still be playing the Clash Squad mode, but for the Battle Royale mode, they can just take a chill pill, they can take a step back, they can observe all the other teams on how they perform and what their strategies will be. They can take their time to study them in preparation for the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what they did even before this day, even before last week. They did mention in an interview practice. And well, even Virtus Pro, and probably that's one reason as well why they didn't do so much, because too much practice. They didn't sleep that much. But for AGAL, they put it into work. They managed to grab a lot of points, stay in the number one spot, despite of the pressure coming from PE Sports. They just have the best in them right now, and I want to see that side of AGAL for every day that they play, whether it's Clash Squad, whether it's Battle Royale, because we want to see contenders piling up on the top of the leaderboard. I apologies for the fans out there of the top dogs, like Brim United, Evo, Zivine, RQ. I want to see a new name on that board. I want to see a new name taking top spot and stealing the championship away from our top dogs, because why not? This is Southeast Asia, and I believe this is where stronger teams and strongest teams are being built.
Yep, I agree. So, and we did see other teams really pushing it, right? Pushing the top as well, especially the Vietnamese teams. Every time a team from a different region, let's say when RRQ did it or when AGL did it, then you start to see the Vietnamese teams stacking up second, third, fourth, even fifth place. So it's a sign that, maybe the season could be one of the Vietnamese teams actually clinching it.
I mean, I would love to see that as well. There's a lot of potential storyline right now, and it starts off with a knockout stage, and slowly but surely they're taking that spot. It might be later, it might not be today, it might not be this week, but as long as they remain improving and adjusting to the play style of their opponent, then they will be in there on grand finals. Just unfortunate though that we have to let go of 6 teams by the end of week 6 because that's how it is. We've seen that season after season, but those who have a chance to be stronger every day, it keeps showing up. And that story has started from last season. Now it continues. And I want to see those underdogs take that one spot away from the top dogs, take that one spot away from those who grabbed the championship already, just to make sure that when they get in grand finals and get the champion, no one would say it's just luck.
No. You don't become champions by luck, right? You need the skill. You need to put in the work. It's all hard work to get the championship. Definitely not luck, or at least if anyone wants to say, come on, okay, at least not only luck, but majority of it, like let's say 80%, 90%, it's all hard work. And that's where all these teams, every single player, they put their blood, sweat, and tears onto every single day just to clinch that title. So yeah, we got to big up to every one of them for being able to make it up to this stage, because it ain't easy to sit on that chair, to be on that stage, to play amongst all these amazing teams and still able to put on a good show for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of good show, the show is not over. We still have one more surprise for everyone, and it has been set from the beginning. It has been said that there will be a live broadcast segment right now, and we are going to jump over to whoever the winner is, and I would say it's PE Sports, and who will be punished in a bit. So let's bring it on to them.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Du Sương và chào mừng các bạn đã đến với chuyên mục LBS của chúng mình sau tiết mục thi đấu căng thẳng của các đội tuyển. Và bên cạnh mình đây chính là PE Sports LBT và PE Sports Nero. Và ngày hôm nay thì căn bản là chúng ta tuy là không được top 1 nhưng mà chắc chắn là đã có một chiếc cúp rất sáng trong lòng người hâm mộ rồi. Và tất nhiên là hôm nay chúng ta cũng đã rất là thành công với điểm thứ hạng. Mình hơn AGAL mọi người ạ. Và hôm nay thì bọn mình chọn ai nhờ LBT nhắc lại cho các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Dạ, tụi em chọn AG ạ.
Ok, bọn mình chọn AG. Coi như là mình trả đũa lại xíu đi.
Dạ.
Cũng bực mình đúng không? Rồi, vậy thì cái hình phạt của chúng ta ngày hôm nay là đội thua sẽ phải đeo một cái băng kẻ thua cuộc ở trên đầu và họ sẽ phải squat 10 lần, tập thể dục hơi mệt đó nha. Và bây giờ thì mời các bạn hãy cùng qua bên xem một cái thái để xem họ biểu diễn với chúng mình nha.
Ooh, all right.
Okay,
So
so
these
thank
sports
you Yunsu
chose
for sending to us,
AGAL.
and AGL is
What?
time for you to got the punishment ตอนนี้เดี๋ยวเราจะโดนลงโทษนะคะโดยการสควอต
This is
10 นะ
revenge.
So about the
Revenge for
punishment
that
is gonna be squat 10 times. So first of all, how do you feel that you lost in this daily challenge รู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่เราแพ้ challenge นี้ค่ะ
รู้สึกดีครับ
ทำไมล่ะคะได้ออกกำลังกายหรืออะไรแบบนี้เหร
จะ
อ
ได้มีซิกแพคครับ
อ๋อจะได้มีซิกแพคออกกำลังกายเนาะ Do you say that he's so happy to get this punishment because it's about the exercise and maybe he will got the six pack? So Team SR, are you ready? พร้อมไหมคะ
พร้อมอ่ะไม่พร้อม
Okay, he's ready. Deal? What about you? พร้อมไหมคะ
ไม่พร้อม
No, but you want six pack.
โอเค
บอกต้องการ six pack. Okay. AGL perform 10 squats in 3, 2, 1. สควอต10 ครั้งปฏิบัติค่ะเริ่มเดี๋ยวนับให้ไปไปสควอต1 2 3 4
All right. They might be coordinated in the game, but not in the squad.
7 8
Slowly,
Go, keep going.
through.
10 So Saipa asked me why the MC not do it
I'm pretty sure in
together?
spite of the
I
punishment,
want to
they're still
watch it.
happy
อยาก
because
ดู
they
น้องๆเนี่ย
are moving
How do
in.
you feel
They are
after
moving
the
in
squad
on to the next
รู้สึก
stage.
ยังไงบ้างหลังจากสควอตแล้วเหนื่อยไหม
Hey, if it was me, I wouldn't mind doing the punishment if I'm at number 1.
Oh yeah.
He said that why I have to do this because I already get into the grand final. Okay, so this is our punishment, and you can see all their face look so tired, but yeah, they got into the grand final. And thank you for watching us for today. We are so happy to be here. And first of all, let's get back to our cast day before. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.
And Sir Cloud, I just remembered in the beginning of the show when that LBS, when that live broadcast segment was mentioned, I did point out that what if you were the ones who qualified but you still lose the challenge? And it did happen.
Oh,
it
yeah.
did happen. And well, again, this is the happiest team that is put into the punishment. Because yeah, we can only do 10 squats, but we will be resting out for the rest of Battle Royale knockout stage and just watching the team play. So as we see right now on Bliss, AGAL will be added in there, but as you can see the patterns are Cloud. Thailand,
Ooh.
3 teams already on there. And I want to see a different flag. I want to see a different region, but it seems like they don't want to let it go.
But we're starting to see the rise of the Vietnamese teams. And if you think about it, track record-wise, PE Sports, they have been increasing in terms of performance. From last week, day 1, day 2, and to today is the best performance. So let's see if they'll be able to do it tomorrow, because tomorrow it will be these amazing teams: RRQ, Heavy, Buriram United, WAG, Team Flash, EBOS, PE Sports, Onyx, GOW, Toda, Team BTR by Vitality, and we have Virtus Pro that will be playing again tomorrow.
Yeah, for those of you wondering who was added into the mix after AGAL has been taken down, it is Onyx Olympic. So they were 15th place on that first phase of the knockout stage. But either way, that was an exciting ending and, well, worth it on everything that happened. Once again, we'd like to thank everyone who joined us right now. I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, joined by Sir Cloud. Go say goodbye and goodbye. Good night. See you again next time.